Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome to day 3 here. This is Group C of the RSL. I'm Tasteless, and with me is Sturgeon. How's it going, man?
It's going very good, dude. It is a rainy day here in Seoul.
Yes.
The perfect time to be inside, casting and watching some awesome StarCraft 2. We got some good players here, man. I'm very excited.
It is a rainy day. I can feel it in my knees, and I can feel a little bit in my wrists.
Yes, is aching.
My gamer hands can feel it when the humidity comes. It's actually true. So we're going to be going into this Group C here. Good to be having RSL Season 2 started for you. Can we get the schedule thrown up for us here? Oh, sorry, the groups, actually. So today we're going to be doing GuMiho, Cham, Trigger, and ByuN. In case this looks weird to you guys, yes, Group D was on day 1. So we did Group D, finished Group B yesterday. Now we're on to Group C, and we'll be closing this week out on Sunday with Group A.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to have GuMiho and Cham in the first match, followed up by Trigger and ByuN. This is the GSL format, so 2 matches to begin with, then a winner's match, a loser's match, and then a tiebreaker to decide the last person that advances here today. Yeah,
so far it's been honestly a lot of great games here. And I'm looking forward to seeing exactly who's going to come out here on top. Cham performed very well in the last season. Kind of, we weren't sure that he was going to make it in, but he did end up getting into Season 1. So we're going to see how he does here in Season 2. I think this is a doable group for him, to be honest.
Yeah, Cham's really been on the up and up recently. He had that amazing Home Story Cup performance off the back of some really good ZVZs. He was knocked out in Season 1 by a Terran, but that Terran was Clem, so you know what I mean? That's a tough draw. I think, like you say, this group is doable for him potentially. It's going to be tough, but we'll see what he brings out here today.
This is our schedule. So we're going to be on tomorrow. Feel free to join us there on Sunday as we get through the group section. And it's going to be every Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday from here on out until we crown ourselves a Season 2 champion on the 21st. Yeah, it's funny. We had a little bit of downtime. Season 1 we had to kind of squeeze through here too. But with the amount of months left in the year and the fact that we're going to be doing a live event as well, we wanted to make sure we could squeeze this all together. So it's going to be a lot of RSL for you guys this month. I'm super excited for our offline finals. We're actually going to be checking out one of the potential venues where we'll be hosting a offline event. Offline means we're going to have the players there. We're going to have the casters there, and you can be there too. Join us, be part of our studio audience. Yeah, super excited to get that part of the show going. We're also sponsored by Archon Studio. I didn't know these guys existed until they reached out to talk to us. They're working on the StarCraft tabletop miniatures game. This thing looks amazing. It's going to be around near the Christmas season. Definitely something you'd want to use as a gift. I'm certainly going to get one for myself here. The tabletop miniatures games they've already made look incredible. I would check out their site. We very much appreciate their support.
Absolutely, guys. And don't forget to check out the Patreon over at patreon.com/revivesc2. This is the way you can support the RSL, and in the current kind of scene we're in these days, this is how these tournaments are able to take place, thanks to all our wonderful Patreon supporters. There's a bunch of different tiers to suit you. You get different perks depending on the tier you choose. You can vote in the maps and the players. And I believe a certain tier already gets a ticket to the offline events.
Yeah. I mean, the more you give, the more you get to participate in the whole structure of the tournament, whether it's the maps you vote on, the players that we're going to be inviting in the guest spots. And so consider signing up. This is really where the current state as well as the future of StarCraft 2 is going to be. The game never has to fade away. We can always have tournaments, but we rely on the community to support the prize pool, the production. Of course, if we're going to have a live event, that can be quite expensive as well. So yeah, consider signing up. We also need you guys to get on YouTube. The YouTube's been growing, but it's important it grows as big as it can possibly get, because a lot of people get their StarCraft news off YouTube. Not everybody can watch live, obviously. So go to youtube.com/@ReviveSC2 and join us there. And it's not just the spoiler-free matches, the spoiler-free VODs that we upload every day. We also have a little podcast station set up over here where we can put out content, whether it's talking about the state of StarCraft, the state of esports, what it's been like to produce this show. So definitely go over there. like and subscribe, all that stuff.
Yeah, we appreciate all you guys over there on the YouTube. Right now, the YouTube, if it was a plant, it would be like a little bulb in
It's
a
like
flower
a little
pot.
leaf
It's little
coming out of the-
seedling,
yeah, yeah.
you know what I mean? There's the
Yes.
first few shoots coming up. But we want to see it blossom into a big
We want a deku
flower.
tree. We want a
deku tree.
massive
one that doesn't die, preferably.
Yeah, one that doesn't die ideally. We want we want to get this thing to be as big as possible. We're actually ready to go into our first game here. So again, this is Group C here, and this is GuMiho versus Cham to start this off. And yeah, let's see how this goes here. Again, Cham, he actually maybe RSL is his tournament. He did do very well in the last season. I'd be curious to see how he can perform here, and I do think this group is doable for him.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been really impressed with Cham recently. He's got his EVT as his first match here. He's been playing some kind of old school EVT, I would say, being one of the few Zergs who's still trying to, make the Muta style work, or he was in the first season of the RSL. I'm curious if he's going to try and bring that out here today, or if we'll see him mix it up, go for some of these kind of Roach Ravager Lingbane or Fast Ultra off Lingbane kind of builds, these kind of styles. We'll have to see what he wants to do here. On the other hand, we have GuMiho, a very unique Terran, obviously well known for his mech. He definitely has his own style. He's figured out the game in his own way. So I think this should be a really interesting kind of clash of styles here.
Yeah, this is, I think, probably the toughest opponent for him. I think GuMiho, GuMiho is always looking extremely strong. You never know what kind of games he's going to bring you. The thing that I always notice about GuMiho is he doesn't seem to be reacting to how other Terrans play the game.
Right.
And building that into his play. Like, he's sort of, and maybe it's because he played, like, random in the early days. He seems to view the game in a very specific way. I would say he has more impact on how other Terrans play than the other way around, I guess is one way to put it.
Yeah, he's definitely a kind of a guy who's forged his own path here, a bit of a trendsetter, especially for the mech. The Terrans who favor mech play here, so I'm hoping to see some of that from him today. As we know, Battle Mech is very good in this matchup right now. The Cyclone obviously being very good, so he may be using that. Right now, we just got some standard openings here. Hatch gas pool for Cham. On the other side of the map, GuMiho going for a Reaper expand, and then following up with a Marine here. He's going to send that Reaper across. Just try and, poke pressure, see what the Zerg's up to, make sure he's being honest. Sometimes you can stop the drone going to the third. We do see that drone's already been sent there. Ooh, nice and early from Cham, going for was that 26th or 27th drone third base, so super quick. He does have the Queens not ready, but there's 2 Lings here. The other 2 will show up. And he's got to buy a little bit of time here before the Queen comes out. You don't want to lose any of these Zerglings if possible. Sometimes you lose one, but more than that can get a little bit hairy. Okay, here the Queen is out, so she will shoo away the Reaper. And yeah, he's got his third base established nice and early here.
Yeah, with the early third base, there's no way for the Reaper to deny that. And so we're going to see the factory finish up. Now, I'm sorry, he did make a third command center, right?
He's making it now, right?
I believe he started it now. So this is going to be a pretty slow game. This is about as greedy as a Terran can be. We don't know if GuMiho is going to go for mech. A lot of times when I see 3 bases, I kind of always default into bio. But, with GuMiho, it's very, very hard to tell. He is willing to go mech in virtually every situation.
Yeah, for sure. I like what Cham did here as well. You got the third base before Zergling speed. It costs 100 minerals, obviously, so if you get that upgrade a little bit later, you can get the hatch down just a tad faster. It stops the Reaper getting the drone, anything like that. Going for this tumor right now, not going to be able to get it. That's always a really big pick-off if you can get that first tumor and slow down the creep spread. But right now, everything is looking good for Cham. He's added in a few more Zerglings as he's expecting these Hellions to come across the map soon. Don't want to get caught out and have them dive your mineral line or something crazy. I think GuMiho is not the kind of guy to just send it, you know what I mean? Like make a beeline for the natural or something like that. He may do it from time to time. But I feel like he's more methodical in his harass. And we do see the Banshee as the follow-up. So he'll be looking to pick off some drones once that comes across the map here.
Okay, he's going to send the Hellions in, and this is a commitment. It's going to be blocked. Oh, maybe not. It looks the Lings blocked it and then pulled right back off. They haven't killed any drones yet, but they're going to need to, or this is not going to have been worthwhile. Cham decides to not even try to micro some of these drones, and instead ends up dropping, I think it was 3 into 6. So, I mean, 6 drone kills, that's like the price of 3 Hellions, so not bad. I thought he might end up getting a little bit more. There is something to, excuse me, there is something to not microing at all, where like actually this might be a little bit better for you, and how things engage and pair off.
Yeah, sometimes they get really clumped up if you do try and drag them away. I kind of cast a curse there. I said he's not the guy who will normally just send it, and then that's exactly what he did. You can do that, or you can wait for the Banshee to show up and go for some, hit 2 places at once type thing. He lost 6 drones. It's not, insignificant. It definitely hurts your economy. He's got to reduce any more economic damage here, I think, in the early game to kind of get that economic powerhouse going that the Zergs love. And we see Roaches and Banelin Nest on the way here. And just the 1 Evo right now, so looks like he probably won't be going for mutas here in the early game. Okay, more Hellions diving in. Another 6 drones going down. This is starting to get a little bit out of control here.
Yeah, I mean, that's 9 more kills. By the way, this is Mac. We had 2 armories. There's more factories coming down here. I mean, let's see if the Banshees get even more. But, a lot of times this is just what the result of a game is going to be, is that you just get harassed, you lose a bunch of workers, and then a push comes out and kills you. You can't do anything to fight against it because you are spending so much time remaking workers instead of ever getting a moment to actually develop an army. So we're up to 11 now. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets a couple more. 2 Banshees. It's really almost impossible to not lose drones versus 2 Banshees, just like with 2 Oracles. Is once they're in range of you, the punish is just too fast.
He found a really nice spot there at the top of the main ramp, able to pick off drones as they were rallied to the natural, able to pick off a few at the natural as well. And these Banshees are still pretty healthy, only 1 in the orange. He'll keep those. And, I mean, 15 drones is amazing. As GuMiho, you can ask for a better early game here, right? If he gets the 4th base as well, that would be insane. We do see the Spire follow up. Like I said, he does like to go mutas in ZVZ. He's got to save this hatchery, though. Okay, the Queens get hit just in time. And yeah, if he can get the mutas out and get map control, he can get back into this game, but he can't take any more losses here. He's already kind of reaching that critical point, I feel like. He's got to defend these Hellions, but they run in. There's so many drones here waiting to get barbecued. He's trying to evacuate with them. Okay, another 5 going down.
I mean,
this is just
so
insane. They're grouped up.
Yeah, I mean, that was another 6 kills. So
27 drones going down. An absolute nightmare on the defense here for Cham.
Yeah, I mean, that's so many workers. I try to not be too predictive or deterministic in games, but I think I could probably call this one. There's going to be a push, and it's probably just going to kill Cham. There should be no way, especially with GuMiho's control, with the Cyclones and everything else, that Cham will have anything that can contend with what GuMiho is going to have on the board.
Yeah, one thing Cham has going for him here is GuMiho is actually going into Banshees and Banshee speed. And when you have mutas, you're able to kind of chase those down and reduce the effectiveness a little bit. But the problem here is going to be the ground army. So many Hellions and Cyclones are on the way, making 4 Cyclones at a time. That the upgrade for the Cyclones is almost finished now. So GuMiho's going to have like a really strong kind of few minutes coming up here where the Zerg's going to be very scared because the Cyclones are going to dart in, lock on, pick off units, and evacuate for almost free, right?
Yeah, he's just going to stay on the outside for now, just trying to get whatever engages he can here with the Cyclones. And this is where you start to see the army get chiseled away at here. As long as GuMiho can keep microing, he actually drops a Cyclone. Oh, this is so funny. He kind of gets pushed into this base that he might be able to force a deny on.
Yeah, I think GuMiho's doing a good job here, but I'm actually really surprised at how good a position Cham is in, considering the damage. There's no turret here at the 3rd base. These mutas got across the map unnoticed, able to get some economic damage back done to GuMiho. This is exactly what Cham needed to get back in this game. Going to the main now, there's nothing here that shoots up. These clones scrambling to get back in time. Nice little harass here by Cham.
Yeah, I mean, Cham needed to get some jabs in, and he did. He got those mutas. This is going to draw some of the Cyclones back here. I will say Cham has done a really impressive job continuing to stay big on the map here. He's now going to be on his 5th base once the hatchery... Oh, no, I guess the hatchery did just finish. So he's now on 5 bases. But, GuMiho is going to be maxing out soon. 145 is not that far away from 200 when you get into the late game of SC2. And then we got to see if he can actually hang on. Cham's close to maxing out. I don't know if it's going to be his turn to attack anytime soon here.
Right. The interesting thing here is the composition of Cham, I think. Like, normally you don't think of Lingbane Muta as the composition you want against mech. But right now, there aren't any Thors, and there aren't any siege tanks. The Thors are amazing against mutas, obviously. You put one of those in the base, you don't worry about mutas anymore. And the siege tanks can deal with the Banelins, obviously. We do see Corruptors being added in now, so he's going to use those to deal with these Banshees, which are kind of running wild, picking off Queens, picking off drones, anything they can get their hands on. I don't see many Overseers in position right now. And
so we got to pause here.
Yeah.
Wonder what this is about here. So we're going to figure out in a sec what the issue is, and then we'll be hopping back into this game. Look, I mean, Cham's done losing 27 drones is bad. Okay, we'll get that part out of the way. But he's actually pretty big in size. He's hung on pretty well. I am curious when this push actually comes out. How is Cham going to look?
Yeah, I think right now for Cham, it's all about transitioning into a composition that can deal with the mech army that GuMiho has, or going for a time-in with his Lingbane Roach and trying to get a lot of damage done before that mech army maxes out, right?
Right.
That mech army is so scary once it gets maxed. Basically, nothing trades into it efficiently. He had his infestation pit on the way. He's teching up, so he will be able to get some different units to answer that. And it looks like we have resolved the issue here, so hopefully we will be jumping into the game shortly.
Yeah, we're going to be back in the game in a sec here. There's some hiccup. There's something, I guess, causing a little bit of lag. But, yeah, we got to see how Cham exactly is going to fare here, because GuMiho's almost done getting all the pieces set up on the board. Cham actually attacks in here now as he's maxing out, and he might be trading out units that aren't going to be very effective, for something else later on here. But this is well, I guess with some of these Banes connecting here on the Cyclones, maybe this is going to be a little bit better. But the kind of ant farm-like setup that you saw GuMiho have there, he was kind of able to navigate in between his buildings and stay away.
Dude, this was such a good attack from Cham. Taking out 14 SCVs, putting GuMiho back down into the 50s. He's done a lot of economic damage here. He's only 2,000 resources behind, which against mech is pretty damn good, honestly, especially with the Cyclones as they are these days. He's done a great job getting back into this game. Like, if I lose 28 drones, I just leave the game tasteless. Like, I'm done.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'll tap out,
I'm cooked, right? Like, there's no coming back. But Cham droned super hard through the harass, which I think was key. And he's actually finding himself in a not too bad spot here. This is a big mech army, though, that he has to deal with, knocking on the door and trying to deny some creep spread here on the bottom right of the map. Yeah, this is where the Cyclones start to get their value. Kiting these roaches, getting the lock-ons. There's a lot of Lingbane trying to roll in. There's a few Lings at the back. Not the biggest wraparound, but it's something. Off creep, though, it's going to be tough to actually pin these Cyclones down and take them out here.
Yeah, I mean, GuMiho might be the best in the world when it comes to just kiting with Cyclones. He's been doing this for longer than anybody else. And, the Roaches just can't do anything. They have some of the worst range in all of StarCraft 2. And so it's not just when they can't reach their target, it's when they run away as well, because the Cyclones, the combination of the range and the speed is so punishing. And in this moment, we are virtually at the same supply on both sides, which is always bad for the Zerg.
I like what you said about GuMiho being one of the best at Cyclone kiting. He's been doing it before it was cool, right? Like,
yeah.
He's been doing this for years, before they got buffed or whatever. But Zerglin wraparound here is going to try and corner these Cyclones at the edge of the map here. Could be some huge pickoffs for Cham. The fungal goes down. The Cyclones cannot get away. And these Cyclones are not that cheap. You can't be losing 5 or 6 for nothing here. Cham's doing a great job getting some good trades.
Yeah, another great trade over here. The Infestor is going to be so slow that it cannot get away. And this is going to be the point of tension, where there's going to be this tug of war in this corner of the map. GuMiho can keep reinforcing this, and you can see it's hard to ever trade out damage, especially with Roaches alone. It's why you need some of those Lings to try to come in and hit them at certain flanks. And so GuMiho is just going to come in here, fire shots in different areas, then pull back out and relocate.
Yeah, it's interesting that he's not transitioning to siege tanks or anything like that. He's very confident in the battle mech playstyle. As the Infestor number continues to rise here, though, that does start to drop off a little bit. Because if the Roach Lingbane can get on top of those Cyclones, they can actually kill them really quickly. The problem is you just can't catch them, but Fungal solves that problem for you. So I like that he's adding more Infestors. If you can get 3 or 4 Fungals in an engagement, that can be huge. His upgrades here, going for the 2-2. Still sticking with the melee upgrades. I like that. Huge attack here. kind of hitting the third and the fourth at the same time. There is a planetary here, which is going to add to the defense. He's going to try and take it out. He's focusing it down. Workers going down here. Cyclone's doing so much damage, but he gets the planetary, and he's going to try and leave without taking too many losses.
That was actually pretty insane. I don't know why I thought for some reason he was going to try to fight the army, but the fact that he got the targeting off on the command center, and then Cham's going up to another base. Is Cham actually possibly going to win this game?
It's still close. Like, it's still a very close game, but it's definitely possible right now. If he hits another 2 or 3 fungals, he can take out so many of these Cyclones on creep. The roaches will gun them down. And yeah, GuMiho just looked at a big chunk of his battle mech army here, having to retreat, trying to pick off some of these Corruptors. There aren't many air units left on the field now, so I don't think Cham will be making too many more Corruptors or Mutas or anything like that. He can focus now on the ground army.
Yeah, that was kind of an exchange back, a crazy exchange, a little back and forth there. When you consider the fact that, like, that 27 workers were killed here at the start of this game, and now we're at a point where Cham has now dove on that fourth base, denied it. It's going to be remade, but the creep spread on the map's really nice. We're almost to the point where Cham's run out of expansions on the map, which means it can't really get much bigger than this.
Right, exactly. And I like what GuMiho is doing now. He's transitioning into tanks. He got his 5 bases, and now he says, I'm going to make an unkillable army and sit back. These roaches will not trade well into these tanks at all if they get their shots off. The fungal going down on the battle mech, but these 2 tanks at the back shelling out so much damage. Roaches going down. The supply is super even here. Can Cham actually kill these tanks? No, they stand strong. Another tank well positioned here next to the planetary. GuMiho's defense is looking really good right now.
Yeah, looking extremely strong here. GuMiho, again, supplies even for the time being, but GuMiho doesn't have a whole lot of presence on this side of the map. We want to remember that this is around the area of the game where Cham needs to start to have big wins.
Right.
Because there aren't really many more bases he can take. And we don't really have, in this matchup, games where the Zerg expands into the Terran side of the map. Some RTS games you can see situations like that.
Right.
This matchup, this map, this iteration of the game, not really one of them. So we need to start to see not just Cham not dying, but actually coming out with big wins. So he's going to tech into the swarm hosts.
Yeah, very interesting tech choice here. He needs something to deal with tanks. Roaches can't cut it forever. One problem he does have is he went for melee upgrades this game. So now he's making Ravagers, Swarm Hosts, and they do not benefit from those upgrades at all, obviously, only the armor. And he's going to be relying on those to hopefully get a lot of friendly fire from his siege tanks, make them shoot each other, maybe some SCVs if he gets those locusts in a mineral line. These infestors got to be careful. You don't want to lose these expensive spellcasters here. Okay, good micro is able to save that infestor. Very nice. And I think Cham is kind of on a timer here. He's got to deal some damage while these swarm hosts are relevant before the mech army maxes out, because these Thors are coming.
Yeah, now this is a problem for the mech army. Obviously, Hellion and Cyclone is very mobile. It's a very nimble army set, but siege tanks are not. And so over time, the swarm hosts can get a lot of value. So it's really important that you figure out, okay, am I going to counterattack here? Or am I going to try to do some kind of surprise flank on the swarm hosts? But they have to be dealt with.
Yeah, absolutely. Meanwhile, Thor, Blue Flame Hellion, one of the best things to deal with those almost, but never mind. 6 around here on the Terran army. Gets the fungal, gets the cleanup on this, kind of the last of the battle mech. We do see more Cyclones being made, but that was a huge win for Cham there. The Locusts come out. If he can land these on the siege tanks and there's no Hellions there, this could be big damage. He's going to flow them in. Oh, he actually splits them up. Targets siege tanks individually. He gets 1, 2. Awesome. That's free. That's free damage, right? And you can do that again as the cooldown resets.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to hit this command center over here. There's no way to save this. That's going to go down. Unfortunately, no SCVs to kill with that. This is a fight I don't get to see very often in StarCraft 2, which is one Thor fighting a bunch of swarm hosts.
Yeah, that's like the nuclear bomb versus coffin baby meme. Like, this almost can't fight back at all. If only I had Locusts right now. They are waiting for that cooldown to attack this Terran base here. And this Thor is so funny, just floating around like this. He will land now, get his big anti-air damage onto those Locusts. And I think with the Hellbats here, they won't do too much. Meanwhile, though, the Banelin's going to roll in on this clumped-up army. Actually gets the CC there. Big pick off by Cham. He's doing some really good damage here.
Yeah, we were talking about earlier that Cham needs to start to get some big wins here. It's kind of happening. I mean, he's actually coming out here. He's taking out these command centers. This may be a game where Terran can't get any other bases on the periphery of the Terran's position. There's this one planetary kind of square in the middle that seems to be, it's been there for a lot longer than I thought it would be there. But GuMiho can't really get much more than that on the map.
Yeah, and Cham is maxed out, and he's got 3.7k, almost 2k gas in the bank. He is rich. Locust land on the back lines there, going to be able to focus down the siege tanks without the Hellbats protecting them. Cham trying to take a good fight here. It wasn't the best efficiency, but he has the money to remax behind this. GuMiho going to dart in here, see if he can get some drones, see if he can take out this hatch. Cham has that top left base as well, so if he can drone that up, he's going to be kind of set for the kind of late game that we're going towards here. These drones got to get out of there, hit those. So many Cyclone Hellbats trying to kill those off. 14 roaches in production right now. This is a bit wild. There's so many Terran units here, and Cham's taking his time for this engagement, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's going to take a beating while he's doing it. He's lost 2 hatcheries in under a minute. Now Cham, has kind of grown into the upper left side of the map. He will be able to come down here and wipe this after he's wound up and come in here for another attack. But the question is, I guess, oh, hold on a second. There's actually an attack happening in the top left. We don't have it on camera yet, but I think the hatchery might go down.
Yeah, that could be a big pickoff for GuMiho. Very nice. Even got this one siege tank up there. Nice little hit squad. Gets these drones as well, trying to make this base. He's got to keep these swarm hosts alive. You need them to give value over time. I love this little hit squad of 2 Thors in the medevacs.
Yeah.
So menacing, just flying over these swarm hosts. Dropping behind the bushes there. Yeah, you actually can't even see them. Getting really good value with little squads of units around the map. GuMiho is kind of multitasking like a god right now.
Well, here's the thing. The 2 bottom bases are gone. Those are where most of the minerals in the game for the Zerg were. So there's a base at the top left. I think it's got drones. But if Zerg can't keep that, Zerg is just going to have no more money.
Right, absolutely. And that base is going to go down to just the 2 Thors that were killing swarm hosts earlier. These 2 Thors are the heroes of this Terran army right now, getting so much value. There's a few locusts floating in, but this swarm host count has been reduced by the Thors, like we were saying, so it's not going to hit as hard. Really good micro from GuMiho, gotta say. Picking up the Thors, dropping them down, getting his shots off, retreating. He hasn't lost those Thors yet. Really impressive.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty sick by GuMiho here. Cham's going to reclaim the 2 bottom bases. He hasn't been able to start farming from those resources again. This is, by the way, the number of drones that you see long distance mining should tell you everything about the state of this game right now here for Cham. The Zerg, they're far out enough that all these bases are really hard to hold. Keep in mind, the creep at the bottom has been wiped out. Luckily, Fungal there is going to help out a lot in those fights, but let's see how much further Cham can push GuMiho back, because Cham basically needs to be on the offense, keeping the Terran busy, and then trying to grow back into these other locations and get all the resources there.
Yeah, Cham lost his bases, he lost his bank. He still has the swarm host getting good value. Actually take out that planetary that's been there for a little while. He's pushing in. You don't want to go too deep in case there's siege tanks. This one Banshee has actually killed so many units, I think. The Thors got repaired. They got repaired by some SCVs, and they're coming back into the fray. There's nothing here at this base to defend it. A lot of SCVs will go down before the Cyclones get over here to take out these Ravagers. These 2 Thors, I want to see the kill counts at some point. They've done so much damage. It's actually insane.
Yeah, these are the stars of this game right now, these 2 Thors. Look at the positioning of this. It's so good versus the Lings. I mean, normally, Thors versus Lings, it's always going to be bad.
No surface area whatsoever for those Lings. Even with the upgrades, they can't take them out.
I love the Fungal. It's like, well, we don't really want to run away here, so I guess we'll just stay and keep killing stuff. Every time it feels like Cham has these great counterattacks, but then the counterpunch comes in. Another command center goes down. Okay, this game could go either way in the next minute or 2 here.
Yeah, this game is absolutely wild. So much damage being dealt on both sides. I kind of feel like GuMiho is in a good position, but I don't know right now. It's very messy. Bases falling everywhere. One move could decide it suddenly. He did finally lose those Thors. That's a big pickup for Cham. But now he's got to keep his bases alive. He needs to keep mining because he's almost broke here.
Okay, the hatchery goes down. This means the upper left base for Cham, that's like all he's got. Cham's going to move out. There's something in the middle of the map here. This is, by the way, this base of Terran that's all they have. Oh my god, that's going to be so many minerals coming in here if that does not get interrupted.
Yeah, so many mules dropping on that base. It's going to be a huge income boost. He does still have almost 600 gas in the bank, so he'll be able to do a lot with that. Both these players are kind of broke right now, though, hovering around 140 supply each. But neither of them has like a huge income here, as so much damage has been done. A hit squad, well, the whole army of the Terran actually going back to that top left base. Going to try and take that out again as the Locusts come in here. Good lift on the CC, doesn't lose too many SCVs. And he's going to try and deal with this army. Fungals go down on the Cyclones, going to pick a couple off. Does he actually have enough roaches here? I think one thing that's hurting him is he doesn't have upgrades on these roaches. He got the melee upgrades, right? So they're not dealing too much damage. So Lingbane comes in.
Yeah, GuMiho wasn't quite microing that. I think he's just barely got enough. I don't know that the Swarm hosts have the ability right now to overpower this position.
Yeah, GuMiho is making it happen. So much damage being done that this base is going to go down again in the corner. What is going on? SCVs take it to those Swarm hosts, but they get locusted. And I think with these drones going down, Cham is starting to be in a rough spot here. He does manage to save a couple. Look at all these drones just running around. They just ran from a base that had minerals. I'm not sure what's going on there. The Swarmo's finally going to go down. And I think with that, that's going to be it.
That was an insane game to start this off. That was a great game.
Amazing game, yeah.
I once heard this theory a long time ago that, like, the most exciting games, like, I'm not even talking about StarCraft games, just games in general, for people to watch, is where you don't know who's going to win until the very end.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, like, if you watch, like, a boxing match, and it's like they're both, and then one guy, bam, gets knocked out, you go, that was insane, right? That was, like, one of those games in StarCraft. We had no clue who was going to take it there until the very, very end.
Yeah, super tense there all the way until the end. I'm so impressed by Cham, by the way. If you lose that many drones and you get to make the game look like that, if I'm Cham, I'm just thinking, okay, if I can kind of clean up my defense in the early game a little bit better and have a better standing in the mid game, I can do this.
Yeah, I mean, if you have any more of a smooth opening, you should be in a much, much healthier position going into the mid game and the late game. And, like, honestly, GuMiho almost lost that game.
Yeah, some very hairy moments. Like, it wasn't an easy victory at all, and either player could have suddenly taken too much damage. But GuMiho's multitasking, his micro, the Thor drops, just so good.
It's so impressive. Yeah, the Thor drops I think really kind of saved him back there when he was able to harass the Swarm hosts. I don't think I've seen that in games before, but then when you watch it, you go, okay, that kind of makes sense. They actually, I think they 3-shot a Swarm host. So 2 of them are going to be 2-shotting those so fast. Anyways, we're actually ready to go into our next game here. This is game 2 with Cham versus GuMiho. Here to see who will go on to the winner's match, as well as the loser's match here in Group C. GuMiho here in the bottom left and Cham in the top right.
Yeah, just thinking back to that game 1, those Thors, like you said, did so much damage. I was thinking if Cham could have kept those Corruptors alive, he could have actually shut that down. But the fact he lost those had such a big effect going later into the game.
Right.
But yeah, we are here on Tokamak. It's a new game. Let's see what's going to happen.
Well, this is a big shift in gears.
Yeah. We do see this SCV coming out here nice and early. GuMiho is not one to shy away from proxy, and we've seen him do it plenty in the past. And yeah, we'll have to see how many racks. Is that another SCV coming? So is this going to be a 2 racks?
It's going to be a 3 racks.
3 racks there, a third SCV? Yeah, okay. So Cham's going to have to deal with this and try and get into a normal game. Right now, just looking like the 3 racks. Not going to go for the 4 racks, which is like the ultra super all-in. 3 racks is committed, though. You have to get some damage with this. When you fly them home, there's a ton of time. You're not making any units. So you definitely need to get some damage done here. And it's all going to be about the defense from Cham.
Yeah, so I mean, this will basically be decided, whether or not the game ends, if the Zerg is able to handle this perfectly.
Right.
3 rats is a lot more than 2 as far as momentum. And obviously the first thing we want to watch for is, does it get spotted? So far it is not. There's an Overlord above this, but I don't believe it's in range.
Oh, it's so close, Tasteless. It might just come down and see this. Okay, he does see it now. He knows the Marine and 2 SCVs already dying over to that natural. Going to try and throw down a bunker. He's making a Roach Warren, so what you can do is go for a Roach Warren and 2 gas, try and get Ravagers out and bio down the bunkers. This is good against 3 and 4 racks when the Terran commits heavily. So that's looking like it's going to be his response. Yeah, I'm not sure if he'll get that second gas or not, but definitely going for the Roaches here. The bunker is going down. Are we going to see a drone pool? I don't think so with the Roach Warren. He's just dying around with these links. You don't want to lose any units here. Every unit's so important right now.
Is he going to go for the bunker wall or not? I was curious if this was going to be the full-on wall off, but these bunkers are pretty far back. The second bunker is not as well defended from the side here. I think the Queen could try to clip off the SCV. I guess not, actually. There's enough Marines you can kind of push back. The bunker, I guess in my head I thought that bunker had to be in range if it was made there, but it's not.
Yeah, it's just outside of range, but now he's got it established. He made the third one just in time before the creep actually denied him from placing it there. Obviously, Terrans can't build on creep. So he got that down, and that bunker will hit the hatchery, I believe. Right now we have Roaches being made, but no Ravagers. Which is
one Ravager
just the one
out.
Ravager, but not like mass Ravager with
right.
2 gas, which is sometimes the way you can deal with this, with just biling everything, getting damage over time. So we're gonna have to see if he's just gonna send it here once he gets a big
mess up
Roach
this
cannon.
rush were the other 2 bunkers supposed to be in range? I feel like this makes no sense to have, if you're gonna have a bunker that close, to have the first 2 out of range and then be like, and then the third one's gonna get in there and kill it.
Yeah.
So basically we need to see, does the hatchery die or not? If the hatchery dies, this is very winning for Terran, although there are a couple counterplay maneuvers from Zerg that can happen here. Zerg might try to tank all the hatchery health until the last second attack in, or he's gonna ditch it.
I think this is going to be very hard to break, though, with the Roaches. Okay, he's actually going after the hatchery goes down. The repair coming out from the SCV is going to target down that bunker at the front. He gets that one. Is this enough, though? It's so hard to kill these buildings with just Roaches.
I guess he wanted to use those Broodlings when the hatchery died to try to come in there and hit with the attack. But, I mean, Terran is way happier to be on one base compared to the Zerg here. And the Zerg obviously can't leave because he's caged in with these bunkers.
Right, he actually made 3 drones here, one of them actually going down. He's only on 18 workers right now. His economy is not great behind this, and how do you ever leave your base here? He's actually transitioning into a tech lab and Marauders to deal with these Roaches.
And to be clear, I don't think Terran has to rush into a base. Like, this game is really the Zerg's problem here. Like,
Absolutely,
you have 3 Raxes, you can go into Marauders now. And you basically need to have enough Ravagers where you can, like, one-shot the bunker with whatever that control group of Ravagers would be. I actually don't know how many shots it takes to kill a bunker, but and he doesn't have that. He has 2, so it's like, well, now Terran has to spend minerals. It's annoying, right? It's obviously money that could have gone to something else, but this is not a real threat. And of course, when you're going for Roach Ravager, the organic counter to that is the Marauder. And one base Marauder will beat one base Roach Ravager.
Yeah, with no upgrades or anything like that, for sure. And especially with the bunker support as well. Like, these bunkers are not going to go down to 3 Ravagers as long as he repairs with the SCVs and micros them back if the bile is on the backside of the bunker. He's going to need another maybe 1 or 2 Ravagers. He is adding that now. But like you said, Terran's very happy to be on one base against this Zerg. He's still making Marines, Marauders. He's getting Stim. And once he gets Stim, the game changes. Like, you can suddenly be the aggressor as the Terran, maybe even go up the ramp. Not that you need to,
no,
but you have that option.
Well, Terran doesn't really need to do anything right now. I mean, right now, Zerg, truly, I mean, I guess there are some kind of funny one-base things you can do in the game, but, as far as, like, StarCraft game theory really goes, you really always have to be ahead in a base as Zerg. I mean, it truly is. It's funny that the game actually worked out like that in StarCraft 1 and 2, that like the swarmy kind of mass, weak units, but they're cheap and they're fast and everything. It did work out like that in the multiplayer as well. So right now they're both just basically powering, and Terran's occupying the place that Zerg has to have to get into whatever a macro game would be. We have seen Terrans lose in positions like this.
Cham's going to send it as the Ling Speed finishes. He's going to run down the ramp. The Stim goes down. Bunker 1 goes down. There's still one more at the back there. There's still a lot of bio here. Focusing down that Ravager. Okay, he gets it. There's still so much bio right now. I think GuMiho's looking good right here. If he can focus down a couple more Ravagers, it's going to be so good. More Marines and Marauders coming across here, but Cham's actually forced him back.
Yeah, I mean, he drove the bunker away. The drone's going to come down here and set up the hatchery. There is a path here where the Zerg can actually get back into a game. And Terran, you know, some people might look at this and go, is it messed up that Terran didn't expand? Like, shouldn't they have expanded back there? Not necessarily. The way these games work, you're better off as Terran to kind of just try to match them. Now, the one missing piece of the puzzle that's just now been incorporated is the medevac. Because then you can stim, you can kite, and if you pull away, you can heal back up and reset. And the Zerg is only going to be able to regen over time. And this is where I think, unless Zerg has enough, this should be the tipping point. But kind of looks like Zerg barely has enough here. Let's see.
Right now he does, but the problem is, how are you ever going to deal with these medevacs? Like, you have no anti-air, right? Even if you can't push the front, which looks like he's doing a good job picking off units here and there, if he starts dropping these, okay, big bios there, just saves that medevac. If he starts dropping the main or something, it's going to be so hard to defend. And GuMiho, like you said, he didn't go for the quick expansion. He went for the quick tech behind it, right? He got the Marauders. He got the Stim and the combat shields. He's got medevacs out. He's actually going for a cloak right now.
Oh, this might be an overextension here for Cham.
Yeah, he's gone a little bit too far here. The Ravager's going down. He's trying to target the Marauders as best he can. He's actually got a couple. If he can make the barracks lift, there's a chance. That combat shield!
Oh, it gets done.
Finishes.
It gets done. That's insane. The medevacs are empty. Well, one is not, I guess. The question is like, can Cham kind of force this away? Some of these Ravagers are so close. Oh, Banshees.
The Banshee is
like,
here,
of course,
and there's
Ravager
nothing that shoots
here.
up. Also, detection. When that cloak finishes,
yeah,
like the layer is being made, but it's still a way away. If you don't have detection when that Banshee runs in the main, you're going to lose like so many drones.
Can I tell you something? I didn't even notice a Banshee was being made while this fight was happening. I was so focused on just like watching the medevacs and the Marine Marauder. It is kind of insane to see that Cham has like pushed his way back into the game. But 2 base versus 2 base, again, it's the same predicament that the Zerg's in that they were on 1 base versus 1 base, in that Zerg needs more bases. 2 bases is not enough. 2 base is more doable versus 2 base Terran. It is insane to me that Cham managed to fight back this well and reclaim the hatchery. But, you know, when you're on that 2nd base, you're getting so many more units.
Yeah, and GuMiho's actually got a 3rd base on the way as well, so his economy is going to be insane. The one shot Cham has during this game is that Spire Tasis that we see in production. If he can get a Muta hit squad into the main, take out SCVs, or pick off the Banshees if he gets an Overseer, this is the kind of move he can make to get to really deal some damage back to GuMiho here. So he's going to wait for that, probably start banking up some gas. We do see the 3rd and 4th gas at the natural, so he will have enough to make a decent amount of mutas by the time that Spire finishes, maybe 6 or something. That guy's not quite finished yet, but here come the Cloaked Banshees. He does have spores in the mineral line, so he's safe there, but they do not protect you from the drones, so luckily he has an Overseer and some Queens. Cham is trying to get back into this game slowly. He's overtaken in the work account, but once that 3rd CC kicks in for GuMiho, he's going to be making so many SCVs, dropping so many mules. This 3rd base might actually get cancelled here, Tasteless.
Yeah, he should commit down on this because getting the denial is just so big. You gotta be careful when you do a move like that. Ooh. Looks like he was positioned to drive away the Banshees. I have seen games where people cancel remake and then it just gets killed again. It's like, right. It was snowballing to 0 when they were there. So, you know, the 3rd base is going to be harvested from GuMiho here quicker than the 3rd base is from Cham. So if I'm seeing the trajectory of this game right, this push is going to be maybe the hardest thing yet for Cham to deal with when it finally comes out.
Yeah, he's even got one way on the way. No upgrades inside for Cham. Obviously putting all his gas into the Spire Tech. He's got to make something happen with these mutas. You know, pick off some units, pick off some workers if he can. GuMiho already has a turret on the way. I'm not sure if he's actually seen this or if he's just figured it out from the gas timings at the natural. Like if you go in Ling Bane, you wouldn't be on 4 gas on 2 base, right? So he does potentially kind of think this is what Cham is going for. And yeah, he's going to try and get some more damage with the Banshees. But I think as things scale up, it's going to start to look better and better here for GuMiho.
Yeah, GuMiho, this is a very winning position. So you see the 2 Evo Chambers finishing. That the 1-1 is going to start for the Zerg when the 2-2 starts for the Terran. I guess there's going to be a slight window there where he could have 1-1, but I would imagine this push is going to come out at 1-1. It looks like it is going to hit, right now. He's moving out. So either Terran's going to win or Zerg is going to somehow miraculously survive and this game's going to go on. The counterattack with the Mutas is smart. I don't think it's going to draw GuMiho away. I think the Muta flock is small enough that you're just going to use the Marines to come out and try to just deal with this when you can.
That was a very interesting turret placement by GuMiho, having it not in the middle of the mineral line, but at the corner. Never mind that, though. Marine tank pushing in. Does Cham actually have enough to deal with this? This is a big, scary force. The Banshee's joining up as well. This is a lot of firepower for the Terran, and Cham is forced to give up the base. Some SCVs in the middle of the map, kind of lost. I don't know if they were coming over to repair some units. He does have the Banshees, Siege Tanks, and Medevacs, which can all be repaired. Could be useful. Nope, they're going back home. I'm not sure where these guys were going. But yeah, right now, 18 SCVs going down. But also Zerg losing their third. This game's starting to get wild.
Yeah, I mean, Zerg, the thing is, SCVs, Terran is maybe this is going to sound weird, the best race to still lose SCVs because they have mules.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's not a total flattening of the income. They can still spam out the mules. I think, definitely Cham getting some counter punches in there, but this is still very winning for GuMiho. I think GuMiho basically, this is a funny way to look at games, but I think it's sometimes the best way to play when you're like in a certain position is you literally watch this third base and let it finish and then attack it. You know what I'm saying? You're just like, let it finish. We don't even need to force a cancel if we don't want to. Now, he's just going to move out. Also completely acceptable. He's just going to hit it before it's done. But yeah, sometimes if you let it finish, you're like, well, now it can't even be canceled and I kill it and I'm even further ahead here. He's going to push in. Cham's going to have to cancel this if he doesn't have enough.
Yeah, I like what Cham did here with the Mutalisk circling around the back, trying to pick off reinforcements, but you can A-move those into Marines, especially when they're stimmed. Huge loss there for Cham. That mutable was his kind of ace in the hole in this game. It was all he's been working towards, and it was how he was getting any damage done. I think losing that, like half of that mutable, could be the last straw here that breaks the camel's back. He's going to move up with the siege tanks. They're not siege right now, though. If he suddenly loses these, that could be disastrous. The Marines stim forward, try to take some of those roach shots. Both siege tanks will go down. The mutas come along to help as well. Reinforcements from the main Zergs, from the Zerg main. Roaches coming over, but the ByuN is standing strong. The Medevacs heal through all that damage. And GuMiho takes number 2, game number 2 here.
I think this was my favorite best of 3 of this season so far.
It was so hard to call what was happening
these were
these
two
games.
Really good games. Cham played really well. He was basically in a really hard position like the entire series, but seeing like the bunker rush pull off and then Cham loses the hatch, he doesn't give up. He actually fights onto the low ground, drives the barracks back, almost manages to survive. Even that last attack, it was super close.
Right.
Great series.
Yeah, I think Cham is so unbelievably strong in the mid game.
He's so solid.
He's like, once he gets what he wants, which is, mutas, Lingbane or Roach Lingbane, he just is able to get so much damage done with those units. He's really a master of using the Mutalisk, I feel like.
Yeah.
But he just, like you said, didn't have the best start in both games. And GuMiho was able to just ramp up, get the better army, and take direct fights, which is not what the Mutalisks are best at, right?
No. Fantastic series, guys. What are you drinking out of right now? I know you got your water cup there. It probably doesn't have an RSL logo on it. How embarrassing! Buy a mug, get a hoodie, get a shirt, get pins. And you get 20% off if you're a Patreon supporter. That's insane.
20%?
20%. That's crazy. Guys, get the merch. I don't know. Yeah, that's it. Check out our merch. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we're going to continue on here with Group C for the RSL.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the RSL. I have swapped on in with Tasteless. I am Gemini, of course, with here Sturgeon. Enjoying that last match. I believe you guys had a blast with that absolute banger to open up the day.
Oh, what an amazing first series. Really kind of back and forth game, super tense. Yeah, I'm glad you're here today. We didn't see you for the first 2 days, man. We missed you.
True, yes, I've arrived. It is time for me to come and do the weekend cast, do the weekend shift. I've, come on along. Very excited for this group, of course, for this season. I mean, lots of interesting things have happened already. I mean, spoiler alert if you haven't seen any of the matches the other 2 days, but I mean, I think the thing that I expected the least would be MaxPax going out without a single series is
Insane.
like actually crazy. Just dead last in his group. Not at all what I was expecting to see. I thought he was a shoo-in for the playoffs, essentially, as you can see right here, even on the groups themselves. So yeah, 0-2 for MaxPax, and Mana actually was able to beat him as well, which was incredible. But unfortunately, both the Protoss is not able to actually make it.
Yeah, Mana played so well in that PvP series.
Yeah.
Been really impressed with his play recently. Wasn't able to go through in the end. It was Maru and Shin. We are in the second game of the day right now, which is going to be Trigger versus ByuN. We've got a PVT for you guys. Here they are. Yeah, both players looking nice and calm and collected. Got their webcams on here, and we got Persephone, Cenotaph, and Tokamak.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see Cenotaph coming in here, one of the new maps that we had voted in by the Patreon members. So it's very cool to see that. Not even as Game 3, it's going to be Game 2, so we 100% will be seeing that. We've actually seen all of the new maps already being played so far in the season, just off the first couple days, which is also sick. Last season, we had some new maps, but it kind of took a little while for the players to want to play them. This time, it seems like they're more willing to do so. So that's awesome to see. I'm very excited to see what that map has in store. But first, it is going to be Persephone as our first map, of course, with the two players coming on in with Trigger over on the bottom left and ByuN on the top left. Nice.
Yeah, shout out to those guys on the Patreon voting in these new maps, mixing it up, man. You know, we're keeping it fresh in 2025.
The big 2025.
The big 2025.
You said that earlier, made me laugh. But yeah, no, the new maps that we've got coming in here do look very interesting, very promising. Cenotaph, I think, has a very interesting setup, but we'll talk about that more again once we're actually on the map itself. But very curious to see how this series ends up going, because Trigger has been doing very well recently. I think he's been taking off, or he's been taking a couple names, here and there. He's been doing very good against some of these high-level players. But ByuN is someone who's been very difficult to deal with, and is also going to be throwing out a proxied barracks in the beginning of this series to throw things out of whack.
Here we go. Fireworks from the beginning. It's proxy 2 racks with the gas as well. You know what it's going to be out of ByuN. He's going to be using his excellent micro, try and get a lot of damage here early, try and kill the Protoss before they can get going. Like you said, Trigger's really been one of these guys who's leveled up in the last year or two. Super high level right now. We're going to have to see how he deals with this. He actually does not see it just there. I thought he was going to see that.
It's the only spot that he hasn't. Look at how much his probes have gone around the bottom and the left-hand side. It's insane. That's the only spot he hasn't gotten to see. And it's actually going to be Reapers coming out of ByuN. I thought it was going to be double Marauder with the one gas, but he has actually gotten a second gas as well with this. So he's going to be going for a full-on 2-racks Reaper. It will be scouted that there's that second gas coming in from ByuN, so Trigger should kind of have an idea that this shouldn't just be a normal proxy Marauder coming out. So I'm curious what his actually response is going to be, of course, because he's gone for the Nexus, which if you are good enough, of course, you can still defend the Nexus against these proxies. But, if you're a little bit too greedy with this, then it ends up getting pretty weird. So let's see if Trigger's ready for a double proxy Reaper.
Yeah, here we go. The first Reaper comes in. That Stalker is being chronoed, but it's still a long way away from getting onto the battlefield. Good control here by Trigger. Sorry, going to lose one of the probes, but if he can keep these losses to a minimal, this is going to look good for him. The Stalker is out now. I think he only lost 2 probes. The second Reaper comes along, but this Stalker can still deal with those. That Reaper needs a little bit of time to heal up before it can come back in. Just take a quick moment to talk about the barracks placement. I think he actually put it there because he knows the path of the probes, right? Like if you go left or right, he got it in the perfect spot so they couldn't be seen. 2 Stalkers here now, going to actually take out a Reaper, Gemini.
Nice. Yeah, that's a great pick for Trigger. That's going to really blow a lot of the momentum here for ByuN. I'm actually surprised at how long it took for Trigger to put down any shield batteries in this game. Felt like he was maybe going to get a little overwhelmed there if he wasn't actually going to get that down, but I mean, just picking off that Reaper is an excellent move there for Trigger. He's going to be feeling totally fine. The fact that his Nexus has been done this entire time as well is going to be great. No tech just coming out just yet, of course, because he had to get so many units out and everything, but will be likely going into some Blink soon after this, and ByuN's going to be the one that's going to have to try and get something back going here. He's going into a Widow Mine here as well as a Starport, so it's going to be potentially a Widow Mine drop to try and get some follow-up damage.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you proxy 2 racks and you make Reapers, and you only get 2 probes for a Reaper, that's not good enough, right? That's not enough damage.
Awful.
That's not enough damage. And then you have to fly the racks
nothing.
all the way home, and they can't build anything. Trigger's in a great spot right now. He's taking the work lead, chronoing out these probes as fast as he can. He does have that shield battery, as you mentioned, so these Reapers will not even be able to out DPS the healing from that. Stalkers move across the map. This mine is there. You got to be careful. You don't want to take a big shot here.
Oh, ooh. It's actually not, I mean, it's not great, but all of us also looking at this, you see that the bunker is empty, so you can just walk right on by. I was honestly thinking that Trigger was just going to do it anyways, even if he looked at the Widow Mine being there. He yeah, it's a good play just to run on past anyways. He unfortunately doesn't get the CC to get canceled there, or to be delayed at least, so that's a little unfortunate, and there's nothing really else on the bottom to do there, so he's just going to bring those Stalkers back. Because these Reapers are still here, they're being a little annoying. The shield batteries will be able to keep the probes alive at least, but, well, okay, not if they're just caught in the middle.
Not if they do
like
that.
Classic caster curse right there, that was hilarious. But yeah, no, these Reapers should get shoot away now. He's actually even positioning those Stalkers on the map to try and intercept them as well, but plenty of room for these Reapers to find a way back home, so shouldn't really be losing those.
Yeah, I like this little movement with the Stalkers here. Got 2 of them split up into 2 groups, trying to hunt down those Reapers on the retreat. Will not find them, but it's not the end of the world. He's got a Nexus going down very quickly here. He's got Blink. He's got his vision coming out with the Observers. Trigger is starting to power up into a strong mid game, and I think it's going to be up to ByuN to try and kind of put a mechanic in the what is it, in the wheels, or what is it?
A gear, or
a gear,
like a
corks.
What are we trying to say?
In the gears, right? In the machine.
What?
He's gonna throw a machine. He's gonna do
something.
something.
Like you put a stick in like the wheat and the gears or something?
You know
so
what happened? I
stops?
got mixed up between the bike thing and the gear thing.
We tried really hard there, and it did not work at all. But that's totally fine. We
anyway.
As ByuN is trying to actually walk across the map right here, as he is realizing that he's got some damage to get done. Blink forward, actually up the high ground. That's a bit of an overextension, I think, from Trigger. Not able to really get too much out of that, but the rest of the Stalkers will be joining up now. Another Blink forward, actually catching ByuN off guard as the tank gets killed off, and the medevac with the other tank in it as well. That's a massive move for Trigger, as he's now basically just against a couple weakened Marines. This Liberator will be annoying, but this should be an easy walk in the park here for Trigger, assuming he's actually paying attention to that main base, and will be able to move those away.
Yeah, you got to stop the bleed in there in the main base, but beautiful blinks by Trigger. You know, just snap decision to jump on those siege tanks, the medevac, huge pickoffs there. He's kind of stopped the push. ByuN's going home right now, and he's going to be able to power up even further. Gonna send this Liberator into the dead airspace back there. It will probably get out just fine, but he didn't get that much done. He just got a few workers with it. I think Trigger's in a really good spot right now, and he's going into charge. He's adding in the Zealots, which are going to be able to fight the Terran army, straight on. He's got his Forge on the way and a Robo Bay.
Yeah, this is looking not too bad. Forced out a stim as well by those Marines, and then just blinked away. Not much medevac energy to go around for those Marines, so any stim that you pull off, or that you trigger off with these, I said trigger off, by Trigger, ayo! Yeah, it's going to be really good, of course, for Trigger. And yeah, this is going to be, I think, a very committed push coming in here for ByuN. There's no real sign of a... Oh, dang it. Twice in one game. That's insane. Literally the second it happens. God, yeah. It's been a hot minute since I've casted a game, I guess, and that's my intro. But yeah, a third base coming down then by ByuN to actually prolong this a little bit, realizing that he can't end the game quite yet.
Yeah, like you said though, is pretty a late, quite a late third base. It's not as early as you would want if you want a big macro game. He didn't get as much done as with the pressure as you like, and now it's going to be Trigger actually moving out on the map here. He's got a sentry in there, probably going to throw down a Guardian Shield in the fight. And this Gateway army is starting to get a little bit scary, especially with the addition of the Immortal, the +1, the extra gates. He spots that third base with the Observer. Good scouting here for Trigger, and I think he knows his timing.
Yeah, this is going to be really good. He could even just send a Zealot down there to deny that just in case, but random units just getting caught out in the middle of nowhere by ByuN. I don't know what they were even doing in that corner, and Trigger is just going to take this moment, just win the game right then and there. That was a very unexpected way to just suddenly close out that game, and there was a medevac full of units trying to head over to the other side of the map as well at that point, so Trigger just found the perfect moment. I think he even saw that medevac moving with the Observer after, and then seeing the third base as well, so just knew exactly what was going on. Very decisive by Trigger. Excellent early game defense from the Reapers as well, setting all that up. Yeah, a great intro here for Trigger in this series.
Yeah, so impressive to defend that double Reaper proxy without actually seeing it with the probe. You know, recognize it from, you say, from the double gas time in, not seeing the barracks in the main base obviously tells you there is a proxy somewhere on the map. And then, yeah, the blinks as well were huge, picking off the tanks and the medevac, getting huge value with the Stalkers, and then just knowing his timing, knowing like, okay, you're trying to go for a third base? Okay, well, now I can just kill you.
Yeah, I'm just kind of always impressed at the killer instinct of some of these pro players. I mean, Trigger, again, finding the perfect moment there to really just do everything. I think you summed it up perfectly. I mean, the fact that he was able to defend so well despite not actually scouting anything, just using the little information he had, maybe kind of taking a couple gambles here and there. I mean, it could have technically still been like a proxy Marauder build, and without any batteries, that's going to be a absolute nightmare to hold, but the fact that he got the second scout in, knowing that there was a second gas coming in, kind of cutting some corners, being like, okay, it's very unlikely this is going to be a proxy Marauder or something super heavy. I can make do with just a couple Stalkers, still have this Nexus coming up, forego the batteries, and still end up with a very nice defense. So very nicely done by Trigger. Very curious to see what's going to be happening now on our new map, Cenotaph.
Yeah,
Cenotaph? How do we say
What are we
this
going
map?
for? Let's decide.
Why is all these maps named so difficult now?
Map makers
what
can't
happened
make it
to just
easy for us.
Scraps of...
Scrap Station.
Scrap Station, Steps of War.
Like, well, even Steps of War was spelled kind of...
Nah, that's how you say that word. There's no other way. Stepez? How else are you going to say
I mean,
that?
yeah, they spelled it in... I'm just saying they added a bit of flair with the spelling, you know? They want to...
Sure.
They want to...
I guess.
Be a little bit flamboyant with these map names here and make it difficult for us.
But now we got all these crazy map names and whatever that it's impossible to say. Like, yeah, I don't know. Cenotaph. I'm going with Cenotaph.
I'm down.
Cenotaph? Yeah, Cenotaph sounds cool.
Cenotaph's fine.
Yeah.
You play the game Xenoblade?
I have not, no. Have you?
Well, it also has an ENO is the point I was trying to make.
Oh, okay,
so
okay.
we'll go with Cenotaph. A good game though, but yeah. Anyway, we are
I thought you were
jumping
going to
into
say no.
this.
I actually also haven't played the game. I just thought of
I'm
the
just
word.
looking for someone that's played this game. I need a review. Yeah, I like the tile set on this map. By the way, we kind of talked about it a bit. Recently, like these maps these days are all like blue, purple, gray. It's nice to see some fresh stuff. These kind of ancient rune theme vibe they've got going on. Yeah, shout out to the map makers making some awesome maps, and shout out to you guys for voting them in. Curious how it's going to go here.
Yeah, I do like just the setup of this map. It's actually very interesting. Once you get around the third bases, they look extremely wide open, which they are. But then if you actually look... Oh, eBay blocks are so annoying. I hate this. So, yeah, this is going to be annoying for Trigger. I'm curious how he goes about this, because this actually leads in perfectly, because the third bases are very wide open. And so a lot of players sometimes, as a Protoss, will go for the third base when they get eBay blocked, and so they just kind of negate, or they just forgo the fact that, okay, we're just not going to get the natural at this point. We're just going to go right for a third base. But this map specifically, the thirds are quite open, so I think that's not the greatest idea here. So the fact that Trigger, I think, maybe is agreeing with this and is going with a couple probes to try and kill off this eBay instead, so he can just take his natural anyways, is the better play, I would say.
Got to cancel it? Okay.
Cancel that. Okay.
They always leave it to the last moment, right? Gemini, I'm so glad you're here.
Okay, great.
I would love to hear your take. Oh, no, wait.
I'm so glad
because
to hear that.
You're the wall guy, right? You made the wall guy.
Yes,
I want to
that's
know
me.
your take on the mineral patches at the natural.
Yeah, I'm very curious about that too. And I'm
sorry to put you on the spot here.
Yeah, no, I wasn't. I was trying to think of this as well. I can't really think of the. Yeah, I don't know. I think the best thing about this is that if you are getting all in, like an early Zergling all in or something like that, and you just full wall everything, and then you're just like, okay, now I can just mine the mineral out, and I can just go out. I don't have to kill any of my buildings or anything like that. I think that's where it could come in pretty handily. But I'm not really sure of what else is like a use for some of these things. I think it's just kind of like a cute thing to make a difference in a map, maybe to make it, so that way you can still wall off in the normal amount of buildings, but then I don't know, then you can.
So you're
get
saying
out
it's
anyways.
another Protoss buff?
Yeah, dude.
That's what you're saying.
Well, slather them all
fool.
on. Give me some more Protoss buffs, man. There's as many as I can go. And until I can win a GSL, we have not buffed Protoss enough. All right, that's my take on this. No,
GSL
but it's
or an
interesting.
RSL?
A GSL or an RSL. Actually, you know what? That's a good point. RSL is more prestigious, I would say. Yeah, make it
For
so I
sure.
can win an RSL.
Awesome. Anyway, we do see the Reaper here at the front, trying to pick off this probe. The shield battery will make sure that does not go down. ByuN actually went for a Cyclone this game. That's going to be coming out soon. We might see him move across the map. His natural is on the high ground here. Going to have to float that down. Not the end of the world, obviously. You'd like to have it on the low ground, but sometimes you just have to make it in the main. And he's going to follow up with the starport here. So I think we'll see ByuN as the aggressor in this game. Going to follow up with the Widow Mine and Medevac as well. So going to be able to drop that mine in the mineral line, try and pick off some probes, that kind of thing. He does have this Reaper at the third, just making sure there's no crazy early third base if he was to send out a probe. And yeah, blink on the way for Trigger.
Yeah, this is going to be kind of interesting because obviously nowadays Widow Mine drops are a little bit... They're not as good, let's just say it. They're easier to deal with. The alert that you get when the Widow Mine is targeting is there and whatnot. So I think it's a little bit easier to deal with. And since it's only going to be, I think, one Widow Mine, we're going to have the extra harass with the Cyclone as well at the front. And this line of sight blocker maybe catching Trigger off guard a little bit. Sentry just kind of waltzing on forward and the force field wasn't able to get off properly. So that's a free Sentry. And that's a great trade if you're ByuN, because you could just go right back to this Watchtower, which is also a healing shrine. And that's a great opener. Losing that Sentry this early is not what you want as a Protoss player.
Now that is 100 gas down the drain, but here comes the Widow Mine drop. Gonna come in. Okay, quick reaction by Trigger. That's very good. Gonna be able to set these off with just 1 or 2 probes. Minimize the losses here. His blink is almost done. And the medevac will be able to get out. Perfectly timed there by ByuN. If it was a few seconds later, he could be in trouble with that medevac. And yeah, just some decent trades so far for ByuN, I'd say. I really like the Cyclone Opener on this because you can use that healing shrine, whatever it's called, and kind of get more value over time. Whereas if you take damage on your Cyclone without it, it just kind of has to go home, right?
Yeah.
But we do see this Stalker army moving across the map right now. The Warp Prism is there. We'll be able to give the high ground vision in the main so he can blink into that base. The bunker's going to be up in time, and there's actually a siege tank ready to greet him there.
He's going to blink over to the side, trying to kill that bunker before it's actually finished, but unfortunately not able to do so. Medevac just kind of sneaking in without anything in it to try and just bait anything from Trigger, but actually almost losing it. That would have been really bad if ByuN lost it there. But we'll be able to keep it alive, and we'll now ferry these units over to the natural, just trying to make any use of this little dead space around on the other side. Ooh, unfortunately loses a Stalker, not what you really want as Trigger. But this map, I think, is also quite good for this Blink Stalker pressure because there are a lot of these little avenues that you can blink or drop the Stalkers in. You can go behind these mineral lines, and the ledge on the main base is quite large. Wow, that's a very nice pickoff. I don't think Trigger was expecting that to come in that exact moment, but still finds it, and we'll find the Cyclone in the middle of the map, assuming that Blink is off cooldown. We'll be able to get that. Blinks into the main base, right into a tank shot, but we'll get an SCV. And yeah, not the most damage really from this Blink attack, but at least it does give him map control, allows him to get this third base up and go into the next transition phase, which is going to be that Templar Archives.
Yeah, looking like a similar kind of setup to last game, going into charge, going in +1.
I think what's happening with these minerals is the SCVs are just like randomly getting drawn towards them. Like, I'm not sure if that's actually true or not, but it feels like that way with the way we just kind of see.
It keeps happening, look, wow.
We just keep randomly throwing one SCV at a time over there. I'm not sure.
Is that like because when there's more than 2 on a mineral patch,
like the AI,
it's
just like bumping it to
one?
a new open one? Yeah,
that's actually so annoying.
That happens on some of the maps where they have those like gold base minerals that you mine out to go to a third base or something like that. I think that's what's happening with that. I saw that in the VOD before too, and it looks funny.
So maybe you actually want to just mine those out in the beginning of the game if you can,
maybe.
So this doesn't happen. Like if I lose 5 SCVs because they keep going to that random little mineral patch, that would be very annoying. We do see the Banshee coming in now, going to try and pick off a few probes. Don't see any detection over here right now, so the probes would have to just run away. Oh, sorry, there's no cloak, never mind. And,
no problem.
and yeah, here come the Stalkers, going to clean this up, but not before 6 probes go down.
Yeah, that's not great if you're Trigger. I think he was expecting I mean, I don't think he was expecting a Banshee at all at this point. It's kind of a randomly timed Banshee. This Observer will be able to see when this move out is coming, though, so the Stalkers will be able to pressure these units. Very nicely done by Trigger to kill off some of these Marines as they're coming in. And we get to go in with the Prism as well. I believe there's a couple Zealots in there, so should be able to get on top of the tank and might be able to kill that would be good. But just even drawing the army back, this is a great move by Trigger. He needs to buy himself more time to get more units out. He doesn't quite... I don't think he started Storm at this point. He just is foregoing that.
I think it just finished, right?
Oh, did it just finish?
I think it just finished, yeah.
Okay, well then that's very good for him, of course, if he's able to buy time enough for Storm to finish. We'll be able to energy recharge up one of those Templar to have plenty of Storm to be able to deal with whatever attack is going to be coming.
Now, plenty of Storm is pretty good to have in this matchup. He's going to be able to, throw those down on the bios. He's going for more upgrades here. He's trying to get his 4th base. Okay, beautiful blink away there. We'll be able to clear out that mineral, that Widow Mine. And yeah, right now, ByuN actually still stuck on 2 bases here. Not able to move out with the pressure of all the Stalkers here at the front. Trigger just picking off more and more units over time. He's going to clear that mine, get his 4th base, and try and go 2 bases ahead. We do see the 3rd now landing for Terran finally here at almost 9 minutes. And of course, the Observer will see those SCVs going back and forth, so he knows. Recalls the Stalkers home, does not want to lose them, and he's going to have to play a little bit of defense here, potentially, if ByuN wants to commit. That's a lot of Zealots, though, with the Storms, with the High Templars. I think there's some High Templars. Yeah, in the War Prism, there's 4. He might be able to get some good Storms here from the high ground. He's so clumped up in the choke point.
Oh my god,
the first Storm is huge.
Oh my god, that is an excellent set of Storms coming out of Trigger. Will force ByuN away. An excellent trade so far. Plenty more to go where that comes from as well. Even catching some of the tanks as they're not quite getting up onto the high ground. Gets one of the medevacs as well. Will be able to try and chase this down. Was able to get a nice decisive push the last game, and this time even the Fog of War is kind of playing against Trigger a little bit here, but gets a Storm off anyways. Maybe this is a bit of an overextension from him. Didn't have quite as many Storms in the I forgot what I was going to say. In the tank, thank you. Didn't have as many in the tank. Unfortunately, yeah, just barely not enough energy. Wasn't able to get enough there, so he's going to be forced back here. A bit of an equal trade, so ByuN also can't really go any much further, but yeah, a nice opener there from Trigger. A bit overextended, though.
There's so many High Templars going down there in that fight. They're super expensive, of course. And now we do have Ghosts coming out for ByuN. If he's able to get a good, sizable Ghost count, get some good EMPs, pick off some High Templars with them, that kind of thing, that's a way that he can get really ahead in this game. Trigger, though, is still sharking around, still thinks he can fight. I'm not sure if he wants this fight right now. This is looking a little bit of a scary. That's a lot of bio. Tons of Marauders in that composition. Okay, decent opening Storm. Will force the bio back. Plenty of medevac, so these Zealots just chilling here. Probably going to run into the natural when he thinks ByuN's not looking. And now we see the Ghost Cloak on the way.
Yeah, this is going to be looking pretty good for ByuN overall, I think. Once he starts to get this cloak going underway and the EMPs and just all these ghosts coming out, it's going to be very nice. The Viking transition also coming out here for ByuN on time with when this Colossus transition is coming from Trigger, so nicely timed there. The fact that the 2-2 is extremely late from ByuN, though, is going to be a big issue, I think, because Trigger's already going to have his +2 weapons finishing quite early, and only 1 eBay, I think it is, so it's going to be armor coming up first. The classic ByuN thing where he always starts armor first instead of weapons for some reason. Okay, there we go. Yeah, he always does this. His muscle memory for some reason always makes it so armor starts first instead of weapons, and that's kind of hurt him, bit him in the back a little bit sometimes. So a bit unfortunate, but regardless, the upgrades are going to be pretty nice for Trigger. So we need to find some nice timing here as ByuN before those kick in, and when we still have a lot of EMPs coming out, this spread of Templar is excellent from Trigger. This is going to be very difficult for ByuN to actually push into.
Yeah, and we just saw a quick glimpse of ByuN's vision there. He actually has not seen the 4th base yet, and he definitely has also not seen the 5th base. So I'm not sure if he knows kind of what state he's in, in the game. I don't know if he knows how many bases Trigger. You can probably presume Protoss has a 4th by this point. That's pretty obvious. You might not expect the 5th to be there at this time. Would be good if you can scout that. Maybe he can start doing some drops as the medevac count gets a little bit higher, and you can afford to send 1 or 2 out. A little fight over the watchtower here. Oh, Zealot versus Marauder. The Zealot takes it. Very nicely done. And ByuN is going to secure his 4th base, actually taking the one at the front, not the one in the horizontal line. And that gives him a nice kind of outpost to be aggressive from whilst defending.
Yeah, but he's actually going to be completely blind to this attack in the middle, but I guess he's not quite, he doesn't care too much about it because he's got everything really prepared regardless. So we'll be able to just kind of keep that one choke point set up. I wonder if you're able to actually shoot from the low ground onto that mineral line. Doesn't quite look like it's quite far away, so I think that's I think that's intended, of course, by the map maker to make sure that you can't just camp that low ground position. So very nicely, so a nice thing there, of course. But of course, Trigger wants to try and break this position. He doesn't want to just let ByuN get away with this forward 4th base, but it's a very difficult spot to actually walk up into. 2 different small ramps on either side. We'll just have to go for a couple of storms on the SCVs, but there's not really many there anyways. So I think this is going to be a pretty easily defendable spot for ByuN, assuming he doesn't walk down into storms.
Yeah, you got to be super careful there. I love what Trigger's done here. He made 1 Colossus. He made just the 1. He said, okay, I have a Colossus. Here it is. I'm showing it to you. You need to make Vikings right now. He's gone up to 10 Vikings, but Trigger's got 16 High Templar.
Jesus
That's
Christ.
where he spent all his gas. He's mind gamed him here. He said, you got to make Vikings, but then you're not going to have enough ghosts. Only 6 ghosts on the field here. Big storm goes down. These High Templars at the front, so aggressive right now. They have no fear whatsoever. Going to morph into an Archon, but taken out with AMP.
Oh my God.
The 1 Colossus is trying to do what it can. And yeah, ByuN got to hold on here and kind of readjust his army composition a little bit.
Yeah, this is really crazy by Trigger to have so many Templar in your army at one point. And he's doing it in a very good way, of course. He's constantly forward with 1 or 2 Templar here and there, splitting them up, making it so that way he cannot just get 1 EMP off and then just lose absolutely everything. So look at this. He's just constantly splitting everything up. Nice snipe, though, from ByuN to be able to get that. Now we're trying to go in as he's choked up on this rock position, but another huge EMP going off on some of those Templar. Unfortunately, an overextension from Trigger, another one just to make sure. And now all these Templar are just totally useless. No energy whatsoever. We got like a single storm on any of these, and we're just running back home as Trigger, trying to get anything set up. This is looking terrible for him.
If he did not hit that EMP, the whole Terran army could have died there. Backed into a corner, nowhere to run, back to the ropes, but he gets the huge EMP, and he's going to use it to be aggressive here. Trigger has bases all around the map, by the way, taking both these corner bases in the top right and the bottom left. His eco is out of control on 82 probes. He's building up a big bank here up to 2.5k minerals, so he can afford to fight a bunch of times. I love ByuN's response, by the way. When he saw that High Templar count, he immediately made 5 ghosts at a time. He said, okay, I need more ghosts. Let's just bang out 5 at a time. He's getting his 3-3 on the way. That's going to be huge when that kicks in. And he's also adding 3 more CCs. We might be looking at an ultra late game here.
Yeah, it's interesting about this map because it's very difficult to walk up these ramps. It's very hard to actually get onto this position. That's a random cloaked ghost getting a free Templar with full energy. That's sick. Okay, gonna move it on away as well, trying to get something over there. A Colossus coming in. We need to look at this fight on the left-hand side, of course, because that's where the majority of the army is. Where is Trigger's army? It's actually on the other side of the map, trying to do some sort of base trade, but he's doing it extremely late. I don't know if he's actually going to be able to get much value out of this because the Terran is already in his side of the map, essentially. But it looks like ByuN respects this enough and doesn't want to actually engage in this base trade, wants to just defend everything and just set himself up for a nice defense and a counter push later. These EMPs keep going off on all these Templar and making them completely useless as well. Only 3 now, as Trigger's army is literally Zealots. Look at that, 30 Zealots and like nothing else.
There was only 1 High Templar remaining there. He's just made another 6 at a time. But yeah, he lost all his storms. Very interesting decision to go for the base race. He could have tried to play defensively with the storms and get a spread. He did get 23 workers.
That's actually wild.
During all of that. ByuN's suddenly down to 49 workers, but he does have a lot of CCs as well. If he has all those orbitals, he will be able to mule some bases, keep his mineral income up. Right now, Trigger trading 21,000 to 14,000, pretty insane. The Zealot run by is huge and is going to go around the Terran army here. Maybe try and get into the natural or the third base. We'll have to see if he can get those Zealots in while defending the big army in the middle. Okay, actually, ByuN not even going to go. He's going to come back here, so he will be able to deal with these Zealots. And this game is starting to get a bit wild.
Yeah, that's a massive SCV damage, and the fact that we're going to get even more now as these Zealots come right on back is ByuN unable to actually get back in time, and now Trigger's allowed to go over to the left-hand side as well. If he's paying attention, he might be able to catch all these units as they're coming through the middle, but unfortunately the EMPs will be able to catch the Templar before any storms go off, so now the Colossi also getting focused down. A massive move for ByuN as he's losing bases and SCVs all over the place. Maybe now realizing he has to go for the base trade, sending it over to Trigger's side of the map as things get extremely scrappy.
The Trigger has 3K, but he can't spend it somehow. Like, this is insane. You could look at the army supplies and maybe think Trigger, look at the supplies and maybe think Trigger's winning, but look at the army supplies. He's down 30 right now. This Protoss army is not as big as you need. Frantically warping in Zealots, trying to deal with this bio. It's pretty, it's got a lot of Marauders, Ghosts in there. Going to be able to actually, I didn't think he could beat all those Zealots, but apparently with Medevacs you can.
Oh, you silly Zerg player, you don't know.
I don't know, man. What is it like? Anyway, actually taking out the Robo as well is huge. Not going to be able to make Colossus or anything from that. Trigger just has a ton of minerals and no gas right now, so he's making what he can, which is Zealots.
Yeah, he's got just an entire army of Zealots. He's got 40 supply of just only Zealots, basically. One Colossus in the production at this point. And even though ByuN has lost so many SCVs, he's still got plenty of Mules. He's still got plenty of CCs and Planetaries around. So despite the fact that Trigger's eco is massive, he's at the moment still got a really awkward army of just Zealots everywhere. He's basically just continually sending them across the map every which way just to make, literally, it's Zealots. It's 30 Zealots, one Colossus, one Templar. I've never seen this at an 18-minute game in my life, as these Zealots are just trying to make absolute, just chaos everywhere. Everything going all the which way, as ByuN is trying to kill bases here and there, but there's so many of them. He's playing whack-a-mole with all these bases while trying to get back home to defend.
Trigger has 95 probes right now. This economy is insane. And none of these bases in the corners have been checked at all. No drops, no harassment. I'm not even sure if ByuN knows about them at this point. Actually going to lose a Rax here unless he repairs it. Oh, just goes down there. A little bit unfortunate. But like you say, this is mass Zealot right now. This is like Footman Frenzy when you choose the Zealot. Like I don't know what's going on right now. He needs more gas. If he can get some more assimilators at some of these bases, he can get some more units, but right now it's just Zealot man, sending them everywhere. That CC forced to lift while it burns. This one Colossus that he likes to have in his army to force out Vikings, just shelling away without gas. And this CC will go down the Planetary.
Yeah, that was actually kind of cool. He was able to just get on top of it before any of the SCVs were able to start repairing. So normally Zealots against a PF is a terrible thing. You never want to actually try doing that, but denying the repair will be able to snipe it very easily and just run on back home. It's very interesting as well because Trigger's on so many bases and he has so many probes, but he hasn't taken the gases on so many of these bases. Right. The fourth base position, the top right is not taking the gases. You can take the gases at this point, I feel like. You have the probe counts.
It's okay, you can do it.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know, it's quite interesting. I mean, obviously you sometimes want to you make it super efficient or whatever, but at this point I feel like we got to just try to get as much as we can. But at this point, Trigger is looking like he's actually clawing this back, despite the fact that it looked like at one point his army was just never going to be able to compete with ByuN's. The constant harassment left, right, and center has been excellent. These storms continuing to just rain down on the Terran's bio. This is looking like it's going to be really difficult, I think, for ByuN to actually find a foothold in this late game.
Yeah, he is now taking those gases in the top right. Going to be able to make more High Templar, more Colossus, more of these tech units. He's sitting on 14 gateways, so he can warp in a ton of Zealots at a time. He's still got a big bank as well, and he's maxed.
Look at the base that Trigger's taking, man. What? He's taking ByuN's fourth base location. Like, this is actually insane. He's taking every possible base on the map at this point and just continuing to send Zealots everywhere. He's got so many minerals, so he can just continue to do this no matter what.
Trigger's macro is out of control in this game. 95 workers, I still can't get over it, to the 45 of ByuN's. He does have the orbitals, of course. And again, 4 Vikings coming out to deal with 1 Colossus. And I'm curious if we'll ever see him try and get into Liberators with range or anything like that. He does have 2 right now. This Protoss army are looking a little bit out of position. Got to be careful. Keep these expensive units alive. The Zealots are forced to just run in. The Colossus is getting sniped by the Vikings, but we'll be able to fall back. Another fight going down here at this base. There's action all across the map, Gemini, right now.
Yeah, this is really weird because Trigger actually did a recall to try to respond to the stuff on the bottom left-hand side, but it was a weird recall that made him lose quite a lot on the top right-hand side, but that allowed him to win the bottom left-hand fight, and now he's able to snowball this over to the front and actually start getting onto the SCVs yet again. He doesn't want to overcommit, of course, because this army is not actually quite large enough, as it's really just pulling ByuN out of position to allow the top hand army, again, to just come on in. Trigger is just doing a master class of PvT macro late game, just army map manipulation, just going all over the place. ByuN cannot find any place to just kind of rest and just group everything up and just go for a big final blow or anything, because Trigger is just on him all the time.
Trigger's on 9 bases, guys. 9!
That's insane thing
I've never seen a Protoss get 9 bases in a game before. This is so insane. Okay, but he's actually got to beat the army at some point. That's the difficult part, right? This Ghost Fireball is so difficult to track down if you don't get the storms off. The EMPs have been excellent out of ByuN, denying the high Templars. Okay, finally he says, oh, that's actually my third base. Can you leave, please?
Yeah. This is trespassing at this point, I feel like. Get out of here. An interesting switch up now as well from Trigger, now going into more Colossus and Disruptors for the first time as well, realizing maybe that the Ghost count is getting a little bit too out of control for him, getting a lot of EMPs over all of his Templar and wanting to go for something a little bit different. So we'll try to do that to maybe make a more beefy forward army that can actually take on this Terran force, because at this point, I was saying that ByuN wasn't able to actually gather everything to finally, just push Trigger away in one solid swoop. But now he's actually got that breathing room. He's gotten the last couple 30 seconds to the last minute or so to be able to recoup. He's got everything centered here, and now Trigger again. We're seeing how like the army, when it actually starts to fight, it's very brittle. It just slowly, just quickly goes away. The EMPs just evaporate everything. So at this point, ByuN, I think, is finding a nice foothold to potentially find his way back into this late game.
Yeah, I feel like if he can secure, like he just got this base now at the 9 o'clock position, I feel like if he can secure one more, that's going to be enough eco to kind of carry him here. But right now, like you were saying about the ramps, it's so difficult to walk up that ramp here as Protoss. Like, you maybe want to take a fight, but it's just, you can. Like, the arc is just too strong at the top of the ramp. And this is a ton of Zealots here for Trigger. Going to get caught out, though. Luckily, those Colossus go on the high ground. Going to be starting to get picked off by some Vikings. Are we looking at a potential final fight here? I'm not sure. The Disruptor gets picked off before the shot goes off. So much bio here, killing all the Zealots. There's only Stalkers and Colossus remaining. They are forced to evacuate. Another warp in with the High Templar. Getting EMP'd again to Gemini.
Yeah, this is a great fight for ByuN. It was really unfortunate for Trigger because a lot of his units got choked up on that big rock formation in the middle of the fight, and all the Zealots just streamlined in one at a time. They were getting EMP'd over and over again. The Templar now get a nice storm off, but the ones before were EMP'd excellently. Now the Colossus coming over to the right-hand side, but there's nothing to support it. And Trigger is just sitting here at 40 supply against ByuN, who has gotten a massive, almost 100 supply of army. It looks totally even on the overall supplies, but it's ByuN that has the actual army size in lead here. Looks like Trigger's somehow finding a way to defend against this with just random warp-ins here and there, but surely he can't actually sustain this without any more Colossi, without any more Templar.
I can't believe ByuN's finding a way to stay in this game against what was a 9-base Protoss. Incredible play coming out from both players here. This has got to be one of the best PvTs we've seen recently. Absolutely insane game from both players. That Colossus going down, finally resetting some of the splash damage. He still has these Disruptors. They're still a big threat. But I feel like right now, ByuN has a bit of breathing room finally.
Yeah, I mean, he was able to kill off that bottom left-hand side base. He's able to take some really good engagements versus these armies, and I think he's feeling pretty confident about himself to even expand again. He's finally gotten the room to move one of his orbitals over to this right-hand base. That was Trigger's just a few moments ago.
Yeah.
Just remember that. It's still going to be a leveraging point from the right-hand side, though, for Trigger to maybe send some more Zealots over there, as the probes actually are going to start to attack that command center. When do you see this? That's a bit interesting. I feel like Trigger at this point doesn't want too many of these probes anymore. There's not many bases to actually get anything from them. Oh my god, he just killed his own Templar with the Disruptor.
God.
That was a bit awkward, but gets a storm off anyways. So this game is just getting absolutely Clown Fiesta level. Like, I don't even know what's happening at this point. I can't tell who's going to win anymore.
Gemini just banged the table and jump scared me. I was jumped out my skin then. I'm gonna lie.
I've never seen, he just kills his own Templar. I'm like, what is going on at this point?
Yeah,
oh
absolutely wild game. Right now, the army supply is still in ByuN's favor. 40 SCVs down to the probes. When you have that many mules, it probably doesn't matter. Does need to get some income coming in on this base, then the fresh base. Trigger still trying to be aggressive here. He's been so aggressive all game, honestly. Just pushing ByuN again and again, but ByuN is able to hold on. This Bioforce is absolutely massive. Without some Dream Disruptor struts, I think it's going to be tough to push into this, but Trigger's actually maxed now suddenly. pushing the buyback with the disruptor balls, trying to zone them out, trying to see if he can get in here and take out this CC. Vikings fall to the Blink Stalkers. Nice pick off there. The crosses will get more shots. Beautiful zoning here by Trigger.
Yeah, these disruptor shots are doing an excellent job, and one even getting a nice hit as all those Marauders were actually weakened, not able to heal up in time, so we'll be able to get quite a lot of them. The Vikings left alone at the top as well will be able to get killed off. A disruptor unfortunately getting caught on the path right there, but I'm actually curious why Trigger hasn't gone for more Colossi at this point, considering the fact that he keeps resetting the Viking count. I feel like going into just like 4 or 5 Colossi out of nowhere would really punish ByuN right now, and unfortunately for him, he's not actually able to get on top of this army. Oh, that disruptor shot very close to hitting there, but a nice wraparound from ByuN will be able to catch this base. A recall force to being made, but that's actually really awkward because that Colossus right in the front will be able to get killed off, but the Nexus actually alive as the Zealots from the bottom will be able to push this away, and the Nexus survives.
Dude, I still don't know who's going to win this game. There's action absolutely everywhere. This is one of my favorite TVPs ever, dude. This is just absolute non-stop action here. Okay, he scans the bottom left. He's like, oh, wait, you have this base? Oh, my God. Probably I should do something about that.
You're not allowed to retake bases.
Yeah, he sees it, goes up again. Yeah, I like the point you made about the Colossus. I would like to see more as well. He is using, that Nexus super low HP. He is using the Robos to make disruptors right now, but maybe at some point he could have got out some more. Okay, gonna drop this base, take it out again. Luckily there weren't a ton of workers there or anything like that. But I feel like Trigger's map presence with the base is starting to run up. Huge engagement here by ByuN, taking out so many units. Loads of High Templar going down, resetting the tech. Luckily, he had his army split. That wasn't everything, but huge loss there for Trigger.
Yeah, that was actually a really nice engagement for ByuN, focusing down the disruptors before they're able to actually connect, and also killing that base on the bottom left is going to be really good for him, as he's even now going to the top right-hand side. This base on the left-hand side is going to get killed off by Trigger, but there's not really that many things left to mine there anyways, but obviously at this point, you really need anything you can get, as this map is getting mined out, essentially. This top base that has been fought over so long is really going to be one of the last places that you can find minerals as ByuN, and we'll be able to just drop a ton of mules on that, get a lot of extra income boosted here. So at this point, the SCV count doesn't really matter all that much, so really just continue to stare at the supplies of the armies, because these economies at this point in the game is going to get really wild. 142 SCVs dying.
142.
That is
330
mental.
Zealots going down. That shows just how many he's made in this game. Okay, just lifts it in time. The Storm going to try and push this army back, saves 1 High Templar, and these SCVs going to do their best to repair that, drop it back down, keep mining. ByuN needs as much eco as he can get right now. Trigger's actually maxed. His army is massive. Going to pick off another CC. No, good lift again by ByuN. He's got to save it though. It's burning down. He has 1 SCV, 1 hero SCV right there. The mechanic. And Trigger's everywhere, dude.
I don't even know what's happening in this game anymore, man. This is actually the most insane PvT I think I've ever seen in my life. And I don't drop that, I don't just drop that anywhere. Like, this is actually ridiculous. And the fact that I still don't know who's going to win makes it even more insane, because Trigger's just killing every base everywhere. ByuN is just scrambling all over the place to find anything of value, and the fact that his army continues to be so large, he's got 15 medevacs still with so much energy that once an actual engagement happens, Trigger can just lose. It's totally possible that ByuN's army can just steamroll a fight and just instantly win the game at this point, despite the fact that he's been on 14 SCVs for the last, seemingly 6 minutes.
And he saves another CC there, down at 2% HP. Clutch saves with these SCVs. Guys, there's a reason Trigger's in the kitchen. He is cooking right now. He's maxed out. Insane army here. If he can get a good fight, he might be able to close this one out.
20 High Templar.
It's so insane. So many storms. Infinite storms. Again, though, ByuN down here in the bottom left, denying this base again and again. Trigger would love to have that. But this is the real issue. The big Protoss army knocking on the door. Oh, the disruptables. Okay, don't just get the bio there. Kiting back as best as he can, trying to stay alive. The rest of the Marauders join up. So this fight is going back and forth. That disruptor shot doesn't go off. That would have been huge.
Oh my god, that was an insane snipe from ByuN. I cannot believe he even tried for that. The fact that this is going this way, though, is kind of insane, because Trigger lost all of his storms at the beginning to an EMP. He's got plenty more coming from the back as well to try and do a flanking Templar move, essentially. But the Colossi starting to get thinned out as well, because the rest of the Zealots and stuff were killed off on the bottom. But a GG is called. Trigger actually able to close it out with a 2-0 in quite possible possibly one of the most ridiculous PVTs I've ever seen in my life.
That was absolutely insane. I don't even know what to say. He went up to 9 bases. I've never seen that. And he was everywhere. Like, he got no gas and said, I'm going to make 300 plus zealots and send them to all your mineral lines. Deal with that. Then I'm going to go back into tech and I'm going to make 20 high Templars, a bunch of disruptors. I'm going to hit you in 5 places at once. Like, it was a crazy game, guys.
The fact that at multiple times he had 20 Templar on the map is, like, actually the most insane thing that I never thought I would ever say, ever. Like, that reminds me a ton of, like, the old Wings of Liberty style PvT, where it used to be this, where it's like Templar all over the map, just getting random storms here and there. I remember back to that very famous Parting versus Marine King Prime game in their GSTL match. I think it was at that, like, the IPL, like, GSTL merge tournament or whatever. That was, like, a super sick game. I'm speechless. I don't even know what to say anymore. I can't. What do you even analyze at that point? That was just a spectacle.
There was so many times I thought it was going one way and it went back the other, and it went back the other. And you think, like, Trigger's on 9 bases. Surely he's going to win this. But ByuN, really good control, good drops there in the late game, picking off the bases repeatedly. That's when I thought he had a chance to kind of get in the lead again. Just an absolute insane game number 2 there.
Yeah, I don't even know what to say anymore, but I mean, this is what the group setup is looking like so far. GuMiho and Trigger both winning their first matches, will be playing in the winners match, and Cham, ByuN going to be going off against each other in the losers match. Very cool so far on this group. I'm very curious to see if Trigger can actually continue his success here against GuMiho as well, and actually manage to make it into the playoffs. Would be great to have him, of course.
Absolutely. Guys, check out the YouTube, youtube.com/ReviveSC2, at ReviveSC2. We're trying to grow the YouTube. You can get your spoiler-free VODs over there. So you can come home, get your dinner, watch it like a TV show. It's always going to be there for you on the RSL days. We love you over here at Twitch. We'd like to see the YouTube grow a little bit. Thank you guys who already subscribed over there. And wow, what a day we have had so far. 2 amazing series. And the next ones are going to be just as good as we head to a break to catch our breath right now. Keep watching, guys.
Welcome back, everybody, to the RSL. We had an insane game that we just witnessed between Trigger and ByuN. I'm actually still speechless about it. I needed that break. I hope you all did too. I hope you got your snacks, hope you got your waters and everything, because we got more to show you. We've got GuMiho and Trigger going to be coming up next in our winners match. As if that last series was anything to say about what Trigger's PvT is like, then I mean, this is surely going to be an excellent match to continue on here.
Yeah, if I'm GuMiho and I watch that, I'm kind of terrified, not going to lie. That was such a strong performance.
I have to play against that now? Oh, no. Wait, can I play Cham again?
He's like, oh, I better scout my third at 15 minutes to make sure Trigger doesn't have it. Because he's going to make bases everywhere, apparently. Such a sick game. Yes, we got another amazing PvT lined up for you guys. I think GuMiho will play very differently to ByuN, obviously.
True.
I mean, you might go for proxy, I don't know, but the styles will be a bit different. What do you see? What do you think we'll be looking at here?
Yeah, I would not be surprised if Gumi brings out some kind of weird stuff that we are not super used to. I mean, he's definitely the build crafter for sure. He likes to throw in some really crazy stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if he's got some early Cyclone aggression or something. Maybe some like he's thrown out some like crazy things like Marauder Cyclone and stuff like that in the past. So it's like anything is kind of possible when you think of GuMiho. I think overall, Trigger, coming off of that win versus ByuN and just in general his form, I think I honestly consider him to be the favorite in this match. And just going off of GuMiho's recent performance against Protoss, it doesn't look super hot for him. I mean, he's lost kind of a couple pretty rough series in the last couple weeks or so, even dropping a series to ForJumi of all players. So honestly, congratulations to ForJumi for getting that cool win in the RSL qualifiers even. But yeah, GuMiho had not been looking too hot in the TVP matchup lately. But yeah, Trigger, of course, coming off super hot from that great series versus ByuN.
Yeah, I mean, one thing you can say is that he's going to be super warmed up in the matchup right now, going from one PvT to another. On the other hand, playing a long game like that can be quite tiring. These pros do have tons of stamina. You know, they can play for hours and hours and hours, but it can affect you, right? So we'll have to see how that plays into this series. The first map is going to be maybe the most standard map in the pool. It's going to be ley lines. It's a big macro map, tons of bases everywhere. I got to say that's good for Trigger based on how he likes to play. That could suit him very well. It's all about if GuMiho is going to let him do that. I like the barracks placement here. He's got it at the side. Maybe you might think it's proxied. Of course, Trigger will probably go around and check and make sure that it is actually in the main. He does not see it, though.
Oh, that's so unlucky.
Okay, finally does get to see that. That's great for him to know there's not a barracks outside his main base.
Yeah, that's a bit unlucky there for GuMiho. Unfortunately, just barely saw that SCV, so was able to move back back over. And Trigger was actually responding because he was going for a second gas, and he was going to be responding differently if that was actually a proxy. And so seeing that it was just a barracks in the main base, cancels that assimilator and goes about his normal build. So GuMiho almost catching Trigger off there with a nice, cute little alteration to the standard build with just the barracks going slightly over to the side. And now GuMiho is just going to try and scatter around, make sure that his side of the map has not got any weird stuff going on, make sure that Reaper can find the probe if he can, but looks like that was sent across already back to the Trigger's base, so nothing to be found there.
Yeah, that's a nice little win for GuMiho. Like, it's not a big deal just canceling a gas, but sometimes these little things can kind of change your build order a lot. Like, you have to do things slightly differently. It can affect your muscle memory. And while the resources lost don't really matter in the grand scheme of things, probably, just the fact that you have to make a different response, actually think about what your opponent's doing a lot and, make the decision can kind of have a slight effect here. We do see the Cyclone, as you talked about, coming out for GuMiho. We know he loves those Cyclones. Trigger going to be opening up pretty standard here, going for his Twilight Cancel, get that blink, get some Stalkers out, and probably pressure, as he likes to do.
Yeah, we'll see what exactly he wants to go for, if he's going to be a bit more defensive with it or try to be more aggressive like he was on that last game versus ByuN on Cenotaph, where he went for the aggressive Blink Prism opener. This map is honestly actually not too bad for Blink aggression as well, I feel like, but it's not the best map in the pool for that. It's kind of a small area to actually blink up there, so I wouldn't really expect Trigger to go for something like that. I think he's going to take it as a more passive approach, just go for a fast third base after a Robo. Although, actually, getting the Robo this early, maybe he will still try to go for something aggressive. Maybe like just a 3-gate pressure or something like that. But regardless, basically both are fine. It's just a slight alteration on how you want to actually play the game. And it'll be on GuMiho to try and figure that out.
Yeah, I imagine we may see a War Prism come out of the Robo, give him vision, of the high ground so he can perhaps blink in the main or pick the Stalkers up. 4 of them will one-shot a worker. He can try and harass in that way. That Cyclone did get a free Adept. That's a nice little pick off for GuMiho. He's got 2 mines in the medevac, going to send those across the map, try and get that mine drop in the mineral line, see if he can get any damage done. And he's going to follow up with a siege tank, which is what you need against the blink pressure. You put that in the main, so if they do decide to blink on the high ground, they take a big tank shot to start the engagement, and hopefully you deter them from doing that again, or even just make them leave entirely.
Yeah, it looks like it is going to be that 3-gate blink pressure, like I mentioned, from Trigger, with that slightly earlier Robo there and that extra gas as well. So we'll be trying to go for that. This Widow Mine drop looks like it might be coming in just when Trigger wants to be moving across the map. Generally, you do take that 3rd base as well as the Protoss going for this build, so it's not an all-in or anything. But here is the Widow Mine drop coming into the natural. Is Trigger prepared for this? He is paying attention. Very nicely done on that reaction. We'll be able to pull a probe back, and we have the standoff between the probe and the Widow Mine as they stare at each other very strangely, as the one in the main base also is going to be easily deflected. So excellent defense here from Trigger. Just some lost mining time, but really not going to be anything huge in the late game or anything.
Yeah, and we do see the follow-up is going to be a Raven here for GuMiho. He's going to send that all the way around the outside of the map, and that could be super annoying to deal with. He can get in the airspace between the main and the triangle 3rd base. There's a lot of it, and he can continue to drop turrets in the mineral line and force Trigger to deal with that, but never mind. Here come the Stalkers. They poke in. They see 2 siege tanks sieged up there, 1 on the high ground, 1 on the low ground. Will have to leave. The Observer's going to give him vision. I wonder if he's going to try and snap this siege tank. It's unprotected right now. There's another siege tank covering, but he will pick it off. Nice pick off there for Trigger. He did lose a Stalker, I believe. But yeah, that's a good trade.
Yeah, I do like that. You saw he moved 1 Stalker forward to tank the initial shot, so that way then he can blink in with the rest of them and not get too much damage. Even blinking forward again on that tank, realizing that he's going to have to swing this momentum a little bit since he got that first tank, and that's actually great for him. Will allow him to just kill off these early supply depots at the front, potentially even supply block GuMiho, force a reaction from him, and this is going to allow him to actually get more damage than I really thought he should have. It felt like GuMiho was actually going to be pretty well defended there with the extra tanks all together. Was a bit of an awkward situation to have them both right there shooting at the Stalkers at first. So nicely done by Trigger to find some damage where I thought he wouldn't. But now Auto Turret actually finding some even more damage than I expected. 6 probes out of nowhere from that Auto Turret is actually excellent for GuMiho.
Yeah, and Trigger has no way to get rid of that Raven, right? You can kill the Auto Turret, you can drag your workers away to stop the deaths. You can't actually get rid of the Raven, so it's going to continue to be annoying with those Auto Turrets. And I like that Trigger actually got the 2 tanks. He also got 2 depots as well. Huge value there for the Stalker trade. He's continued to posture aggressively. It's really hard for ByuN to move out. You don't want to get things picked off. The Observer giving him all the vision here. Will he go into the main here? Oh, he could go for the add-on. Okay, decides against it. Good decision as the bio was going to wrap around there. And here comes this Raven again. Drops the Auto Turret. Going to pick off some more probes. And right now they're doing the dance. ByuN trying to move across the map. Trigger trying to pick off whatever he can with the Stalkers.
A nice little drop at the 3rd base as well to really mess up with the motions here for Trigger. Will force a recall, actually, which means that he won't have the Stalkers out on the map to meet this army as it comes across. You really do want to have that as the Protoss player, so that way you're constantly chipping away at the army. The medevac just suiciding itself forward is not great from GuMiho, so that's going to make it even more awkward for him to try and make this push actually successful, but he's still going to commit to it, trying to get the sieges up on this tank anyways, but only one of them unsieged. Forward blink will be able to kill 2 of them off. The bio very weakened now without that medevac, and now we're able to re-engage, get another blink off. The next medevac not quite here in time, and a next excellent defense from Trigger with a couple of mistakes from GuMiho. And he's even going to continue to push this another blink forward, picking them up also afterwards to trying to negate all of that extra damage. Look at this little cute micro that he keeps doing with his Prism. It's ridiculous. Trigger really wants to push the issue.
Beautiful control from Trigger there, saving as many units as he can, aggressively blinking in, going to get as much as he can. Actually denies the 3rd base from going up. This may just be critical damage here, Gemini, as he's This auto turret's being annoying, but that's all it is. It's not annoying. It's not game ending or anything like that. The Protoss army is looking very good here. How do you leave your natural right now as GuMiho? He does have this one medevac here going to drop again at the third. Will he recall again to save that, or will he just send it?
It looks like he's just going to commit to the natural. He doesn't actually have the recall back off cooldown, so he's not able to do that. We'll be able to warp in some more zealots, realizing how much units are on the other side of the map. It's not much, but that's basically half of GuMiho's army, and so that's going to allow him to really find a position here in this natural. 21 SCVs getting killed off, more to come as well. Double Widowmine getting burrowed right in front of the army, trying to get something. Unfortunately, Trigger's not looking at that, so that will actually kill a decent number of the units, but 3 Immortals continue to be so much damage output from Trigger, and that's going to be that. Trigger finding a nice, swift Game 1 victory.
Dude, Trigger is looking in such good form right now. His PVT is out of this world. I love the way he's playing with these Blink Stalkers, getting so much value out of them throughout the game. He's just got like a handful of them, and he's picking off tanks, depots. He's defending with them with the recall. Picking off those 2 medevacs, though, felt so huge. A little bit unfortunate for GuMiho. I think he A-moved everything, and the medevac is faster than the ground army, so it went at the front. If he didn't lose that, suddenly that push becomes a lot more scary. And if you got that extra siege like you talked about. But yeah, very well played by Trigger here in game number 1.
Yeah, very nice to capitalize on the mistakes that GuMiho unfortunately made in that critical engagement. I think it was a really nice play from GuMiho to go for that drop and force the recall back, allow his army to just go across the map for free. Unfortunately, just kind of bungling it at the actual ramp there. It was a bit unfortunate. And I mean, Trigger, props to him as well. Again, we mentioned it in that first game versus ByuN as well. Just the decision making, the killer instinct from this guy to just realizing that there's a crucial mistake and just sending it across the map, knowing that he's got an avenue for victory, and he just finds these quick early game wins. It's really good from him. So we know that he's able to get these fast early games, and he's able to play it out in these ridiculous long macro games as well. So I mean, this is looking like a great situation for Trigger to get a 2-0 into this playoffs.
Yeah, if you're GuMiho here, what do you make? What kind of game plan do you make? You can't beat him in the early game. He's difficult to beat in the late game. Trigger looking so strong right now. We are going to be going into our next map here, guys. It's going to be Tomahawk. Tomahawk. That's a Smash Bros.
Tomato.
That's a Smash Bros. Term when you jump without a move and then you grab them. You jump, land, and grab without using an attack. It counts as shielding, okay, guys?
We can take Sturgeon away from the Super Smash. We can never take the Super Smash away from Sturgeon, man. You're a fighting game guy.
We're here
apparently.
on Tokamak. You know what it is, guys. You can read the map. All right, it's going to be game number 2 here. I wonder what build we'll see out of GuMiho. He did go for the Cyclone Raven, harass with the Widowmine drop. Curious if he'll mix it up. Will he make his barracks? Okay, Trigger actually going for the super early scout here.
Yeah.
He's like, no more shenanigans. No more hiding a barracks in your base or whatever. I want to know where it is.
And there it is. It's right next to the gas. So looked like GuMiho was going to maybe do something a little tricky with it again, but maybe realizing that the probe was already here. Just like, all right, let me just get this down right next to the mineral so that way if he tries to harass the SCV, I can just easily bounce it back and forth and deny the harassment pretty easily. So I actually like that from GuMiho. That's a very cute little tiny alteration that you do to the building placement that actually makes so much sense given the situation of Trigger going for this early scout. It doesn't really mean all that much, but there's a lot of times where some players go for this super early probe harass and like the barracks is all the way at the front, and then you have to bring the SCV so far back and forth. It actually kind of adds up a little bit. You do notice that in your build order. Like you might be like half a second late on a depot or something, and it does kind of ruin things a little bit. So, and I just like those cute little alterations whenever they do pop up. So nice for GuMiho, of course, but nothing super game altering. We'll just be going for the Reaper Expand as per normal. So far, nothing super crazy from him, and I honestly am not really blaming him because I feel like Trigger, I think he's got his early game down pat.
Yeah, he's basically using one build right now, but he's got it so, like, the execution is so good on that one build. It's kind of all he needs, right? It's a very versatile build as well. It can deal with a lot of different things. The blink openers, obviously Phoenix is kind of falling out of fashion recently. And yeah, that barracks placement is funny. I just realized you don't have to deal with the annoying probe harass as well, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's me. I lose the SCV to the probe. But if it's right next to my gas, maybe I'll react in time and save it with an SCV. So
there's only one place to look. I can't be looking anywhere else.
Yeah, exactly. I can just put my camera in the main base.
Just sit there, slurp your soda as you're watching. Just like, oh, he's attacking. Okay, quick. Move the SCV over.
Exactly. Yeah, he did make the CC in the main base again. Not too uncommon, obviously. This Adept chasing the Reaper here. We'll be able to jump into the... Oh, okay. Actually, going to not go for that shade. He knows he can jump up into the main. You don't want to let that happen. You don't want to lose any workers or anything like that. So that Adept will leave. He lost that to the Cyclone last game, so if he keeps that alive, that's nice for him. And we see the reacted barracks making 2 Marines at a time. Starport follow-up, and of course, out of trigger, it's going to be that tried and tested. Oh,
he's not looking!
He's so sick!
What? Oh my god, I can't believe that just got surrounded and didn't do anything. That's wild.
What a
Unfortunately, Trigger not
SCV
looking.
surround.
Oh, that's wild. Okay, well, unfortunate there for Trigger, as that actually would have made it quite easy for this Adept to really get some snowball damage, but we'll actually be able to get 2 of the Marines. Nice micro, nice split fire from Trigger. Nice micro overall. Wow. Assuming he will be able to get that Marine. Oh, come on, click it. There it is. Ah! Oh, there are 2 more under. I didn't even see those. They're like hidden underneath the CC. I was like, how that? I was like, Marines don't have projectile shots. Like, that's not possible.
Yeah, anyways, it's quite funny there. Anyway, yeah, going into the Robo, Cyclone again for GuMiho. The blink is on the way, and once that blink is finished, that's going to be Trigger's time to start to pressure the Terran, as he seems to like to do. This Cyclone actually going to be a Stalker and an Adept. I think he will get this Stalker for free. He's got to keep the Cyclone alive. It is weak. If that Adept focuses... Okay, no, not going to have enough DPS, so the Cyclone... Going to be able to pick off 2 units there. Very nice pickup.
Yeah, this is weird. Trigger really just kind of suiciding these units for nothing, I feel like. I think he wanted to try and use that open wall more than he was able to. He really wanted to try and just bulldoze it down, just try and snowball some early damage, maybe get a couple SCVs, but really kind of overselling it there. Just sent way too many units and just lost basically all of them for just a couple Marines, I think it was. So not the greatest situation, and now there's going to be a bunch of Cyclones sending their way across the map with a drop going in the main base as well. There's an Immortal halfway done, but that's not going to be up in time before this actually comes across the map. Are there batteries in the natural? I don't think there are either. So this is going to be really awkward now for Trigger. How does he split his units up to defend against this?
Yeah, this is such a scary little 2-prong attack coming out here from GuMiho. Oh my god.
That timing is insane. That's so good for Trigger. I can't even believe that. Oh, that Arctos
He
is
depowers everything there. 2 gates, the core, and the Twilight. Blink is not going to be able to finish. These Marines will even trade out for some probe damage, and he gets the medevac out. This is a dream start here for GuMiho.
Actually keeping those Cyclones alive. I thought the Immortal killed one of them, so that's actually, yeah, very nice for GuMiho, considering the fact that I thought that Immortal popping right then was going to be just the lifesaver for Trigger. But losing 8 probes on top of the pylon that was powering Blink, which is still not finished, by the way, so Blink is extremely delayed at this point. Won't be able to Blink on top of this medevac if it goes too deep or anything like that, assuming GuMiho is paying attention. Shouldn't lose it anyways. Okay, good.
Okay.
Does not just int that in. That would have been awful. That Immortal is trying to int itself across the map.
Where is this guy going?
This guy? Yeah.
You're lost, buddy. Your base is this way. Comes back home. Cloak on the way with the Banshees as the follow-up. We don't see a Raven this game. What do you think about the choice going for Banshees this game?
I like it. I do like it. It kind of adds to the chaos a little bit. GuMiho loves these types of early openings where you just have so much random aggression here and there. Going for multiple Banshees as well before even showing any of them, I think is really nice. Unfortunately, he's super supply blocked.
Yeah,
has been supply blocked for
there.
quite a while now, and so now his Raven and tank is actually really late, but we already have 2 tanks on the defensive. We got these Cyclones brought back home, and I think GuMiho is going to be sitting very pretty in this early game, considering how much early damage he was able to do, and the fact that he was able to trade out so many units for free based off of Trigger just kind of suiciding them earlier on.
Yeah, and he got his 3rd base nice and quick here, so he's not going to be like all in or anything. Trigger has his on the way as well.
It's mech.
It's mech, guys! He's doing it. 2 factories going down. Storm obviously not as effective against those high HP, tanky mech units. And this is what GuMiho's kind of made, you know, this is what he's known for, right? This amazing mech play. Love to see this coming out of him. Of course, Trigger does have charge on the way. He has Immortals. That's the kind of stuff you want against the mech army. But right now, he has no idea.
Yeah, that's a critical observer snipe from GuMiho. Because, yeah, Trigger was not able to get in whatsoever. He did not get deep enough to see that there were extra factories being made, which is a critical scout. You need to see that very early, because Trigger is really committing into the fast storm play, and really you don't want to have this fast storm against a straight up mech player. If he's going for like battle mech, where it's like the Cyclone Hellion stuff, then it can be quite good. But if you're just going to be sitting back with tanks and everything, it's actually not that great. You want to be able to know this is happening as soon as possible. These double cloak Banshees also finding the Templar with no observer is excellent, forcing them to morph into an Archon, sniping the other ones, just going to run it on home, sees no probes, doesn't want to bother with it, keeps them alive. GuMiho is running just completely over Trigger in this game, I feel like. This is an excellent start from him.
Yeah, that snipe on the High Templar, forcing the other two to merge into an Archon, that slows down the timing that Trigger's trying to do here, right? You get in the War Prism, you want to put 4 High Templars in them, and you want to storm everything that the Terran has, but now you don't have those High Templars, so you just can't do that anymore. You need to come up with another plan. More upgrades on the way here. We see the Cyclone upgrade, we see the Raven upgrade. All good stuff here, and a Sensor Tower going down, probably at the 3rd base there, yep. So GuMiho is in position to try and defend this attack. The Banshee's still being annoying, picking off a pylon. The Trigger is just going to go for it. Storms go down, not hitting too much there. There's still a lot of mech. Okay, nice storm there on the Hellions and the tank. These Immortals going huge, putting out so much damage. Reinforcements coming in for GuMiho from the main. And it looks like GuMiho will be able to hold here. Very nice defense.
Yeah, that was excellent. He had a couple tanks on the high ground helping out as well. The Banshees coming in from the bottom of the map will be able to flank these Immortals as they're just stuck with nothing to help them. A couple Stalkers coming on in, but there is an Observer actually. Will be able to help versus Banshees. And that's actually critical because GuMiho doesn't really want to lose them. It's actually great to keep those alive. They do a lot of extra DPS the longer the game goes on. Unfortunately, we'll lose some of those, so nice for Trigger to actually bring an Observer here, and we'll try to snowball this a little bit. An extra Templar coming in for a Storm. This is extremely scrappy for, I feel like, no reason. I don't know, I feel like Trigger can maybe kind of group up a little bit before going for this extra attack, but it will net him a few more kills on some of those key units, so maybe this is actually the correct play to just continue to snowball this as much as possible, because GuMiho, if he's able to get set up, then that's when it becomes very powerful for the mech player, and as you can see, GuMiho realizing this, trying to bring some extra SCVs to just make sure he can hold this one position, because if he can, then that means Trigger can't find any avenue in this attack.
Yeah, GuMiho actually getting his 4th base before the Protoss player. That's when you know you're doing very well in the game. He's in a great spot right now. We see this drop come over here with, I think it's the 2 Cyclones. Going to try and drop here. Might even be able to take the Nexus. I don't know. Okay, he doesn't decide to do that. Goes into the main. That's going to be very hard to deal with. Obviously, no units here right now. Oh, it's actually Hellbats, my bad. I'm going to pick off some probes with the blue flame. Okay, Recall does come in. He will pick these off. Only 4 lost. That's not bad. So, oh, it was just 2 Zealots, though.
What?
Not even that.
Sick
not
recall.
enough units to be that. Sick Recall, yeah. Probes going everywhere, by the way. From the main to the 3rd. From the natural to the 3rd. Coming back now. But this medevac's not dying just yet. Finally going to go down with them. No! Dude, if those had landed, that could have been absolutely huge.
Oh my god, that would have been sick. I do wish that would have happened. As much as I am a Protoss player, sometimes I just like to see the cool moments happen. But it looks like GuMiho is really finding a nice footing in this game. The defense was held, and now he's able to really scramble Trigger on his own defense as well. Just two Hellbats in a medevac, able to just make so much chaos in Trigger's base. Like you were saying, probes running left and right. The income actually going to have to be, it would have been affected very heavily from that. Not many probes mining for that. Good 30 seconds or so is going to really hinder that. Nice storms going up on these units to just try to keep them away. Not the best connections overall to deal the damage, but it does give Trigger some more time to recoup and get all of his units together to try and just push this army away. The army from GuMiho, I feel like we're missing some of it. Okay, some of it is coming across from the other base as well, so they will be able to meet together in the middle. I wish that, or I hope that GuMiho does wait for all that before he goes for a big attack, because if you go as mech without all of your stuff together, that's when you can start to just fall apart, because then you need everything together to go for the big final push. You can't really just kind of throw stuff here and there like you can ByuN, so GuMiho really trying to set himself up for this and see if this is able to actually get some huge damage.
Yeah, that is an insane amount of Cyclones over there. This War Prism going to go down with the High Templar as well, forced to morph, but it won't matter. It's still going to die. The gateway units try to come in here, but there's just so much mech, guys. This is insane. The harass was really good with the Hellions, and like you say, he finally mobilizes the full force, sends it to the front, and Trigger just does not have enough to contest this. Probe's going to try to evacuate, but what are you going to do? If you evacuate, you're getting further behind, right? GuMiho with a 20 worker lead, which we don't normally see in this matchup right now. He is looking insanely strong here.
Yeah, this is an excellent move from GuMiho, just really pushing everything right in. Catching Trigger off guard a little bit, was not prepared for the mech army to be moving over to that side. Missed it completely with the Prism, unfortunately losing it, only really able to get one Storm off on just a few units, and wasn't able to actually do anything. Huge tank shot on these 2 Templar as well, will be able to just barely survive. A Hellion even running forward to get that last kill, and another one! That's awesome, I love that. Tries to just get any little damage he can. GuMiho realizing the position he's in, styling a little bit at this point with his mech army. I mean, there's a couple of Stalkers just blinking around the middle of the map, just trying to find any sort of value what they can, but I mean, this is a terrible situation for Trigger. He's down an incredible amount of army supply. GuMiho's basically doubling him at this point. He's got +2 armor on the Cyclone mech as well. This is really nice. So, I mean, what's Trigger trying to do at this point? He's trying to get anything to try and defend against this. The tank count is minimized at least, so that is kind of nice, but I mean, look at these Cyclones, man. You can't get on top of this. That's a GG. GuMiho bringing it back, will not die so easily.
Yeah, what a game by GuMiho. I feel like this time the early game was so much better for him, able to pick off so many units, like you say, with the Cyclones. Everything kind of went his way. The Banshees got big damage. They picked off the High Templar, forced the Morph. That kind of takes the wind out of the Process sails with that War Prism High Templar timing that they like to hit. Like, imagine the timing that Trigger did if he had War Prism with 4 High Templar as well. It suddenly becomes so much stronger. But GuMiho played that pretty damn well. He expanded really aggressively. His economy was excellent. And we are all tied up 1-1.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. That's probably the most clutch moment of the game when he does snipe those 2 Templar with the Cloaked Banshees. Like, that was actually very, it's a great point. Because, yeah, if there's
thank you.
Yeah, no problem. You're a good caster, even if it's not Zerg, man. Look at that.
Yeah, I'm doing my best.
Yeah, no, if he had, like, just a couple more Storms in that engagement, I think that definitely can roll Trigger's way, but not the case. Very nicely done by GuMiho, catching Trigger off guard with multiple stages of that game. The fact that his build let him just catch all those units in the beginning, the fact that the Banshees were unscouted, the fact that the mech transition was unscouted, that's really like a GuMiho style of game, I think. That's what you want to see if you are a GuMiho fan, if you're trying to see him advance into this playoffs. So we'll see if he's able to bring that into our next game as well, which is going to be on Persephone, and we'll see if Trigger is able to fight back a little bit in this game.
Yeah, neither of the players in this set wanted to go for any of the crazy new maps. We see pretty standard maps coming out overall. But that's okay. The games are still awesome. GuMiho doing what he's doing best, making that mech. Do you think he'll go happen? Yeah, making it happen. Do you think he'll go for it again in Game 3? I kind of think he probably, I don't know, maybe he should because it suits him. But also, actually, I just realized in Game 2, you pointed it out, the Observer was sniped, right? Yeah. If Trigger actually saw that, like if that Observer didn't go down, the whole game could look different.
Yes. It's very difficult to get the deep dive with the Observer as well, of course. If they open Raven, it's just such a risk. It's such a gamble to try and go around it and just get the full information. But maybe this game is when Trigger goes for one of the earlier Sentry builds, maybe to get the Hallucination Scout to guarantee that he can get that early Scout off and not get caught off guard by the mech switch, because I feel like GuMiho won't do it again, but you can't really count it out because he always just kind of throw that out of his back pocket. He might have just a slightly different way to get into it or whatnot. It worked so well that last game. If Trigger just kind of blindly goes for the muscle memory, just fast storm stuff again, maybe that's not gonna do so well. So GuMiho's like, yeah, I'll just go for it again, YOLO, whatever.
Yeah, my caveman brain says I went Bio in Game 1 and I lost. I went mech in Game 2 and I won. Well, Game 3, I'm going mech.
Yeah, that's correct. Yes, all mech players have caveman brains. You're correct on that.
I mean, I'm not a mech player. Let's just clear that up right now.
No, your analysis is on point. Don't worry. Keep this going.
But you know, there's the other side. Okay, maybe he's going to expect that, right? So maybe I should do something different. GuMiho actually has a ton of builds, doesn't he? He's like a really versatile player. He makes a lot of his own builds. He's really kind of unique as a player. So he doesn't have to do the same thing again. He could mix it up. We'll have to see. I don't think we'll see anything different from Trigger. He seems to know how he wants to play this matchup. Open with Blink, you know, get that Robo down as well, get the War Prism, the Immortal, the Observer, see what the Terran's doing and kind of adapt. Okay, but there it is. Like you said, he actually does change it. He's going for the Sentry.
Nice. Yeah, I do like that alteration. I mean, especially the fact that it's completely walled off as well will kind of lend to that. An interesting style as well from GuMiho. This is, again, just leading to what you said as well, but the crazy builds that he does employ. I mean, double Reaper off of a Reactor first is not what you normally see when it comes to early game TVP. We'll be going for a Fast Factory as well. So it's going to be like a super committed Reaper Hellion. Normally it's just off of a single barracks with just, you know, Reapers coming out one at a time. You get like 3 Reapers, 3 Hellions or so. But this time, having a reactor off of this is going to be actually very interesting. You're going to have a lot of Reapers coming in with these Hellions. The hallucination does scout that double Reaper coming across, so that tells exactly what Trigger needs to know. And so he will be prepared for this. Is he going to go... Oh, he goes for the Guardian Shield, interestingly enough. Okay, I thought he might try to go for a Force Field to trap them, but does not do that.
Is that
Doesn't
a misclick?
I don't think so.
You think he wanted the Guardian Shield?
Oh, actually killing that Reaper is very nice. That's going to really halt the momentum here from GuMiho. I don't know if that is a... I think that GuMiho... I think that Trigger expected GuMiho to just walk on in and just be like, okay, I'm going to take this fight, because he's not going to expect me to have 2 Reapers at this time. So I think Trigger was just kind of preempting that, just do the safe. Like, I don't want to lose a single unit to this kind of play.
Yeah, fair enough. I thought maybe he was trying to force field the, you know, the high ground there so he couldn't leave, but yeah, that kind of makes sense. This is a beautiful setup Trigger has here at the natural. He's got these Stalkers, going to be able to make a full wall if he wants to, but 3 Reapers in the main. He will have to evacuate the wall, send some Stalkers to deal with these. Like you said, he got a lot of Reapers, he's got the Hellions, but right now he can't get in to deal any damage.
This is an excellent defense from Trigger. Force Field perfectly being placed here at the wall to be able to deny the Hellions. The battery was prepared in the main base, so that way the Reapers do absolutely nothing. I love this defense from Trigger. This is exactly what I wanted to see from him going into this game number 3. Gets the perfect early scout, gets the perfect early defense, and now this is where he can really shine, because those other games that he was playing against GuMiho and ByuN, he was finding excellent early game defenses and was able to just do whatever he wanted from that early game. This time is more of the same. Last game was when he was really thrown off and it allowed for GuMiho to find his avenue to success. But now this excellent defense is going to put Trigger in a perfect spot to find his way into this victory.
Yeah, there is a drop in the main, though. You got to be careful about this. GuMiho attacking on 2 fronts right now. Does not want to lose too many of these units. He's going to siege a tank in the main base. Who could expect that? Suddenly, there's only 2 Stalkers here with the shield battery. Going to try and deal damage to the tank, but actually this shield battery is healing so much right now. 2 Stalkers go down. This is getting a bit wild. He's got to save that medevac. He boosts it away, but it does still go down. The tank remains, though. 3 Marines left, Stalkers going down. This is insane damage right now.
What am I looking at? That 1 Marine was blocking the Stalkers from moving past the minerals to get close enough to kill the tank. Only 1 of the Stalkers was able to shoot that whole time. So that means that a ton of these units get killed off. The Hellion Reaper finding its way into the natural yet again through all this chaos and will kill off a sentry and more probes. I just said that Trigger had excellent early game defense. And I mean, leave it to GuMiho. What are you expecting at that point? A Widowmine drop, maybe a Liberator, maybe a Banshee? You're not expecting 4 Marines and a tank in the back of your main base? Like, what is that drop? And that's the perfect play from GuMiho, as it allows Trigger, it scrambles him up, forces the errors there. That 1 Marine block, everything was crazy. And now GuMiho is finding himself in a much better position.
Yeah, and he's going for the Banshee Cloak follow-up, a Raven to follow, 3rd CC on the way as well, so GuMiho wants to take this to a big macro game if he can. Blink just now starting for Trigger, obviously delayed with the sentry and all the defense he had to make. He is getting his 3rd Nexus, but that's actually as the 3rd CC is almost finishing here, so not the best timing there. This Observer just gonna go down. It does get the scout off this time, but still losing it is a little bit painful. And Storm is on the way. Oh, wait, what? He actually cancelled the Storm and made the High Templar first there?
Yeah, I think he's...
Yeah, he wants to get an Archon. It was on the way. He decided to cancel Storm and make an Archon.
Oh, wait, did he see the factories? Because it's mech.
Oh, yeah, maybe the Observer saw it. So
he might have just barely noticed that it was the mech switch.
I actually don't want Storm against this. I'm going to go for the Archons instead.
Because I was also so confused. Because normally you do the cancel to, like, if you're expecting an early push or something like that.
Right.
But the fact that he saw 3rd CC... I mean, it's like, well, why would that's stupid. Like, you don't need to cancel Storm when you see they're going for 3 CCs. Like,
right.
So yeah, I think he just saw the extra factory coming in, so he's like, oh, okay, it is mech, so cancel that Storm. I'm gonna be going into just other stuff. Anyways, he did go charge first this game, by the way, so I think he was just expecting an early follow-up attack with like a tank follow-up or something. So that's why his blink is so delayed in this game. So kind of an interesting alteration from Trigger as well, which I actually do like. And this Banshee also gonna get killed off, which is quite nice. So the nice reaction from Trigger will allow him to lose not as many probes as I think he normally otherwise would have if this Banshee just kind of got in by itself. So I think GuMiho did find some nice damage with that drop, but I don't think this is like a game-ending thing for Trigger. I think he's still able to find a nice foothold in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so funny to see a Reaper run in at 7 minutes 30 and grenade some Stalkers and then leave without dying. Really insane here. We got a big army coming out for Trigger. He's adding the Archons. He's got the Warp Prism so he can be aggressive on the map. Still adding more High Templar for those Archons. Another Banshee on the way. GuMiho is going mech, like we said. He's got his Blue Flame almost finishing. And I think Trigger might be looking to hit a similar time to last game, but instead of Storms, he's going to have more Archons this time, which is what you want against that mech army, right?
Yeah, the Storms, as much as they can be good against the Hellions, maybe the Cyclones a little bit, maybe SCVs repairing, having a couple extra Archons that just soak up so much damage is very good because it just allows your army to just have so much sustain in the actual fight, and it makes it much more difficult for the Terran player to kind of maneuver around when those Archons stay alive the whole time. And the 20 Zealots is what is going to be doing a lot of the actual damage. Those Archons are staying alive so that way the Zealots can just get on top of absolutely everything. And here we go, trying to get on in, setting up a little bit of a flank with that as well to get as much surface area as possible on this army. Some of these tanks getting killed off. The Banshees actually are not detected at this point because the Observer was killed by a turret. So those Banshees are going to be very critical to try and defend against this. But the Zealots are just going absolutely everywhere against all these SCVs. The Archon Splash as well, getting killed on. Oh my God, the SCVs getting choked up everywhere. Oh, this is brutal for GuMiho.
Yeah, killer timing here by Trigger. He cut workers to do this. He stayed at 55 probes. GuMiho was up at 70 SCVs. So much damage being dealt right now, but Trigger has kind of got... Well, he doesn't have to end the game anymore because he killed so many SCVs. But he's going to keep pushing in here. These Archons doing so much splash damage. The Warp Prism helping out. And these Zealots, like you said, they're just running wild right now. 43 SCVs going down. I think... Trigger's done it, guys. This is huge damage. He does finally run out of units, so he's going to have to leave. He's got 1,000 minerals in the bank right now. If he can warp in some units with that, that's going to be good for him.
What's he waiting for? I guess the warp gate was maybe on cooldown or something.
I think he warped in a ton of Zealots with the Warp Prism, right? And then they died. So yeah. I'm sure once that's on cooldown, he will spend his money. There we go. And yeah, I think this is looking really good for Trigger as long as he can hold for just a minute, right? As long as he doesn't die right now, he's going to be in a commanding position here. The blink forward, picks off the Cyclone. Beautiful. He does need to bring an Observer over here. Oh, he has one somewhere. Yeah, able to get that Banshee there, and this is starting to look really good for Trigger.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a bit awkward here, of course, because he doesn't have the detection right now, and he's just trying to do whatever he can in the middle of the fight. But look at these Zealots coming on in. That's a GG coming right away from GuMiho. That is generally why you don't see mech played so often as a Terran player. There's just a massive window from the Protoss to be able to get those types of engagements where you just have so many Zealots coming in. You're allowed to cut probes. Some players even try to go for a faster robo with it and just get a bunch of Immortals with it as well. So then you just have the Immortals shelling out constant bonus damage versus all the armored units. So that was an excellent clinical execution play from Trigger. Again, going back to the whole decisive decision-making, just knowing when he can find those engagements. And there he is, finding a 2-1 victory going into the RSL playoffs.
Trigger showing some world-class TVP here today, guys. I love that decision to cancel the Storm, to go into the Archons. It made such a big difference between games 2 and 3, like we saw. Yeah, he's just put on a clinic here on how to play PvT. Absolutely beautiful stuff. I love the opening he went for in Game 3 with the Sentry and the Charge first. It really matches into GuMiho's style well, I think, as we know he likes to go for that mech. My caveman brain was wrong. Apparently doing the same thing again doesn't always work.
Mech, oh no, Protoss AMOV, so OP.
So OP.
Anyways, everyone, please come join us over on the Patreon if you would love to. It would be great to have you. This is the way that we are supporting the StarCraft scene in this day and age. The developer support is not really there anymore, so we are trying to do it with you guys helping support us. So go ahead, check it on out. We got plenty of options for you, plenty of different tiers, depending on whatever you want. If you put some more stuff in, you will get more out. Of course, you can vote for the players that get invited in. You can vote for the maps that get brought on in. You can vote for maps like Cenotaph, which showed us an absolute banger of a map today in the other series. So go ahead, check that out. We would love your support. It would be great and awesome. For now, though, I believe it is time to send it off to a break, because that usually means when it shows us again, that means that's when that happens, I think. So
that's how it works, yep.
I am going to send you guys off to a break, as we are going to be going into our next series in just a little bit. Hello, everybody. Welcome on back to the RSL Group C. We had some excellent TVPs just before, and now we're going to be switching it on up a little bit, going into the losers match between ByuN and Cham, another TVZ to come at you here. Cham, of course, coming in as, I think, overall the underdog of this group. A bit unfortunate for him because he had such success in the first season with so many Zergs in his group stage matches that really propelled him into the playoffs, but this time he's the only Zerg in his group, and so far he's been having a little bit of trouble dealing with that.
Yeah, tough first series for him, but the games were close. They were exciting. I still think he can potentially cause an upset here against Trigger. He's playing really, really well right now. I just want to say how good the games have been here today so far.
Yeah, man.
It's been amazing to cast, and I'm hoping this one will be just as good. We see the maps here, Persephone, Maganatha, and then Tokamak.
Not Tomahawk.
Yep. Is going to be our maps for this series. We got a TVZ to continue things here in the losers match. The winner will go on into the tiebreaker where they will face GuMiho.
Yes, I'm very curious what Cham is going to be bringing here. I mean, ByuN, I think, is going to be kind of some of the same that we've normally seen out of him. I think he's just going to bring out some solid play, maybe bring out some proxies and whatnot to try to throw Cham off, but Cham has been the one that really brings in these really interesting styles to basically any game that he plays, I feel like you were mentioning before in the other series, a lot of that early Ling, Bane, Muta stuff in ZVZ, which was wild. He tries to bring out Mutas still in TVZ. We saw some crazy Infestor play from him versus GuMiho earlier today, so I'm very curious to see what kind of stuff that he brings into this TVZ on Persephone.
Yeah, you can't really... It's tough to make views against Battlemech, but basically anything else, I think we will see those out of him at some point in the game. That seems to be his favorite unit, and I love to see that. It's also my favorite unit, but we'll see if he wants to go for that. ByuN will probably be the one being the aggressor. We know he loves to be aggressive in TVZ. He has so many different builds where he can kind of showcase his excellent micro. Yeah, you get some damage done early and then leverage that into a good position later in the game. Right now, we do see his hatch first for the Zerg, of course. Probably going to go for that gas pool. Barracks and a Reaper will be standard for ByuN on the other side.
Yeah, unfortunately, I am a Protoss player, so that for many reasons that's unfortunate.
Dude, I've cast so many PvPs recently. It's your turn to not cast your matchup. Okay?
Yeah, I know. The amount of expertise I can bring to this particular matchup is a little bit limited compared to the other ones, so please excuse me on that. But you know, you might be wondering what exactly ByuN is going to be trying to go for here, and I'll be honest, I'm thinking the same. So I'm very curious if he's going to be throwing out any wild stuff with these this early barracks or any other types of early barracks, or maybe going for a fast factory or something. But I wouldn't be surprised if he just goes for some totally standard Reaper into a factory, some 1-1-1 stuff, bringing out some Hellion Banshees and whatnot. Is generally, I think, how they are playing it over in the TVZ lands.
Absolutely, Gemini. We do see that factory going down. You called it, man.
God, I'm so sick.
It doesn't matter if it's not your race. You still know it all.
Don't put a ZVZ on the screen, though. I won't have anything.
ZVZ, best matchup. We love it. Best mirror matchup.
That's so untrue.
That's true. No, that's true. That's actually true. You didn't know that?
ZVZ
it's actually the best mirror matchup.
No.
Don't say it's PvP.
I was about to, yes.
Right, well,
dude, some of the PvPs that you can get are...
I take it all back. Oh, some of the PvPs. Sometimes it's Stalkers and sometimes it's Stalkers with the War
some
Prism.
of the PvPs you can get are just so wild. It's like so interesting, the amount of micro that you have in like these proxy robo versus stuff.
Have you seen Ling Bane Wars, brother?
I agree, but that's the only thing that's cool in PvP. Or ZVZ, sorry. PvP, you get like, you know, crazy Disruptor Wars and stuff like that. You get wild builds like Proxy DT into Proxy Nexus. I died to that today on my ladder games.
Oh, did you play today?
Oh, I did, yes.
Nice.
I played some before coming on in, and as per usual, it's the standard most cheesy games of all time.
Ever since you made me feel like 12-4 is not good, I didn't want to play anymore, man. No,
yeah, you ran off to Dawn of War or whatever.
Yeah, I still play some StarCraft. Don't you worry about that.
Okay. You'll have to get your MMR so I can just beat your 12-4 yet again.
No sniping me. That's not allowed. Anyway, we do see a pretty normal game here as we were yapping away. 3 hatch going down for the Zerg, powering up with these drones. The Reaper, seeing if he can pick off a creep tumor. Nice zoning by the Queens at the front. And you called it actually, is going to be Hellion Banshee with the cloak. He's nailed it. And yeah, this is kind of what ByuN does best, I feel like. Harass you on multiple fronts, follow up with some... Wow, this is... I was going to say, that's a bit of a wild dive right there with just the 2 Hellions. We often see them go for at least 4 before they do that, so they can actually kill drones, you know, quick enough. But yeah, Link Speed going to be finishing up here. Cham's back on gas. Everything's looking pretty normal so far.
Yeah, the Cloak's going to be coming in here pretty soon as well. We're just going to use these Hellions to try and deny as much creep spread as possible to make it as annoying as possible. Oh, a nice little Reaper grenade actually bouncing the Hellion, or the Queens over to get another creep to her, but unfortunately loses a Hellion in the process, so that will kind of diminish some of the momentum here from ByuN, but we'll be able to just go back to the Healing Shrine on Persephone. Nice little map addition here. It does allow for this early aggressive poking to be much more worthwhile compared to some of the other maps, and so the Banshee is going to be finding its way over on the left-hand side of the map at this point. Spore Crawlers should be ready in time for this, so I don't believe this will be doing any crazy amounts of damage, but we'll see what's over in the main base.
Yeah, he does have that Spore Crawler ready. Very nice timing on that. The Queen will be there to greet the Banshee and send it away. Not even going to lose 1 drone. Very nice defense here from Cham. And we've seen how monstrous his mid-game can be, like the way he was playing in his first set. If he gets into that mid-game without taking too much damage, I think he can is a really good shot here. And right now he's setting up everything he needs. Stim is on the way for ByuN. He's going to be going into Bio here, moving some buildings around as the Terrans like to do. And I like they use the Healing Shrine like right away, right? Like I feel like pros have got a much better, like they got much better at actually using that shrine when as soon as they need it. It used to be like an afterthought, I feel like. Oh, my army's kind of weak in the mid game. Oh, there's that thing, right? Let's go use it. But now they like know and they kind of incorporate it into their build as well. These Banshees, though, Arclode's going to try and get this Queen. She's getting low on HP. You'd want to try and save it. Okay, nice save there. A couple drones going down. But overall, this is fine for Cham.
Yeah, nice micro there to keep that Queen alive. Now the Hellions, though, coming in on the right-hand side. Nice couple Lings on the top actually blocking there, allowing the other Lings to get a nice surround. Unfortunately, a lot of the Lings actually will get killed off. Nice positioning from ByuN to get into that little choke point there, and that will allow now the drones to run away as these 2 Hellions finding still good amounts of damage. 6 drones getting killed off and allowing these Banshees. Oh, no, he didn't actually kill it. Oh, what did he... Oh, he ran away. I thought the hatchery was surely going to go down there. I thought ByuN would try to commit to that, but does not get it. And now these Banshees are going to just float between the 2 other bases here. Should still be able to get some damage. A Queen, a drone. I mean, this is still looking pretty okay for ByuN, I think, but I don't think it's game ending or anything for Cham. I think he's still going to be pretty okay.
No, absolutely not. Because while this harass was going on, he kind of droned through the harass, you know?
Yeah.
Sometimes you make more units and you can defend better. But sometimes you can also just make fewer units and keep droning, and then you're going to lose some, but it can kind of work out the same. Right now, he's up 20 workers. That's, you know, perfectly fine for the mid-game here for a Zerg. And he's going for that Spire, but he needs a little bit of time to actually get the Mutas out before this Terran push hits, because Mutas don't do well into a straight-up engagement into the Marine squads, obviously, right? So you need that time to get the Mutas out, get some harassment done. He doesn't see it until just now, as it's right outside his 4th base. No creep spread down that side. The tank siege is up. These Marines fire away on this hatchery. Will it go down? It's low HP. He's going to send it at the last second, maybe with the Link Bane. Oh, they could have focused it there. I feel like it's so weak. He's going to go back in. Kill the hatchery!
I feel like you're out of breath at this point, the amount of hype on that.
Yeah, I know, right?
It's so funny. Finally does end up getting it, but yeah, the Ling Bane just trying to push the units away just to buy a little bit more time here and there to get more out, but unfortunately for Cham, not able to do so. That also supply blocks him, annoyingly enough, and he's now making 9 Overlords at once to make sure that that does not happen again. Unfortunately, only able to get a couple of Mutas out on that rotation, so I think there's only going to be those like 4 or 5 Mutas on the field at this point. It's going to be just a couple of Lings and Banes. This position from ByuN is quite nice underneath this little cliff as well. Going to make it very difficult for Cham to find an engagement that he really does want. And the tanks are really going to be in a nice spot to make it very hard to get on top of. So ByuN going to continue to push this aggression. Doesn't want to just keep it at that 4th base. Wants to try and go for the kill.
Yeah, one thing to note is ByuN was only on 2 bases this whole game, just now taking his 3rd, so he is somewhat committed here. He needs to get some damage. You can't just leave and go home. The Zerg economy is much better right now. That upgrade going to finish, so even if you lose the Evo Chamber, it's not the biggest deal. Cham wants to wait as long as he can to take the engagement. Now he decides it's the time. The Ling Bane rolls in. All the Terran units are on creep, but there's just so many Marines here. The tanks get off some huge shots, and ByuN's army is looking good right now. He's continuing to rally across the map and reinforce this. He wants to end this game right now.
Yeah, that was an excellent target fire by ByuN onto that clump of banelings going to the Marines on the south side. Made it excellent to be able to continue on. The top side army wasn't actually enough, and now this is looking really tough for Cham. He's just stuck here in his natural, trying to keep anything alive at this point. Tries to go for a flank from the third base. The micro actually messes up a little bit from ByuN, moves some of those Marines into the banelings, and that will allow the rest of them to connect, and the Mutas will clean this up. That was a massive mistake from ByuN in what could have been a game-ending move from him.
Wow, I thought Cham was in so much trouble there. He kind of droned a lot, but he's got away with it now. Actually able to clean up that force. But then you can't lose the mutas. Got to be so careful. Every muta is so precious, so expensive. And this Banshee's still alive somehow and ready. How are you still alive against a muta build? Like when they're all flying around again, 4 workers at this point, even more. So that's going to bring the worker.
No,
he's got to deal with that. He's got to deal with it. Probably focused on the mutas right now. Going to try and get some counter damage, but the Marines will come across and send these mutas back in here. And right now, ByuN has just taken his third base. He's still behind in workers. If Cham can keep the Terran at home for long enough, his eco is going to kick in, and he will eventually run away with this game. I feel like the orbital just morph in now. He even has an extra macro hatchery there, as well as the 4th base.
This is interesting as well, because Cham is actually not droning at this point. He's still sitting at 59. We'll find this tank actually very nice, but actually overcommits a little bit on top of the Marines, but not quite enough of them to really punish it. So nice pick off on the tank, but he's continuing to just flood units at this point. He's not going back into drones until just now. I think he senses a weakness here in ByuN's defense after that initial hold on his side of the map. I think he might have an opportunity to just blow this defense open with so many banelings, 23 on the field. There's 33 Marines and only 1 tank. Here Cham goes into the third base. Tank immediately getting killed off, and the banelings running in to all of these Marines. I think Cham is finding an excellent moment here to dislodge this third base and might even kill it because it's just floating off into nowhere. The Marines trying to make a last stand in front of this natural, and that's not going to happen. Cham finding an upset win in the first game.
Dude, Cham looks so good there. 1 tank, not enough to stop all that Zerg, all the Ling Bane. It looked so scary for him, honestly. It is natural with the siege tanks all siege in those little positions near the wall where it's hard to get to them. But yeah, Cham took a beautiful engagement. He got a little bit lucky, let's just say it, like the micro, like a little slip up from ByuN, let him get a good engagement there, but he did clean it up. And from there, he played it really well. I like that he pointed out he stayed on that drone count. If you go up to like 70, 80 drones, you might miss your window to do some damage. But he said, no, I killed all your tanks. You only have 1. It's time to go and make something happen.
Yeah, again, I think the theme of today is this critical decision making, this killer instinct from some of these non-Koreans today. Trigger, Cham, both realizing when these armies are actually at their weakest, finding a nice defense, and knowing just how the builds worked out, how the game state is, and knowing that there's a huge weakness that can get exploited if you just go for a full-on attack right afterwards instead of trying to bolster up your economy in a different way. So great execution from Cham. I was actually just I honestly thought the game was about to end. Like, I thought Cham was just dead at that point, but the critical miss micro from ByuN, all those Marines getting killed off, and just a great capitalization from Cham.
Yeah, awesome stuff there. He does take the lead in this set, going up 1-0. He just needs 1 more game to make it to the tiebreaker. It would be an insane story, guys, if Cham was able to make it out of this group. But I believe he has the tools and the skills to make it happen. We are going to jump into game number 2. He just needs 1 more win here. The map is, of course, going to be Maganatha. Let's see what happens, guys.
I'm actually very surprised. I really thought that Cham was going to lose that game. I am very happy to see him doing well. I was messaging him a little bit before the season started. He was saying like, "Oh no, like where's all my Zergs, man? Why didn't you put any Zergs in my group?" And it's like, "Yeah, I'm sorry. I mean, you know, it's what it is. What it is." But I think you can still do some cool stuff. You got some upset potential. So far in this series, at least, we're seeing it. I mean, even in that first series, he was really putting it up to GuMiho. It wasn't like he was just rolling over and dying. I mean, all things considered, in the first series, in the first season, once he got to the playoffs and he was playing against some of the other Terrans, it was a bit rough. Like, some of those games were a little one-sided. But so far today, he's looked quite good, even in his losses.
Yeah, unfortunately, Clem does that, right? Like he makes like playing TVZ against Clem is a whole other matchup entirely. I do like you mentioned about the Zergs. I'm kind of glad we didn't get all the Zergs in one group because we don't have too many.
Oh, yeah, we only have 3.
You did a great job spreading them out this time. You're getting some good matchups.
Unintentionally. We do not rig these brackets. We draw them. But
dude, if we rigged them, then what were we doing in the first season? All those mirror matchups.
People were telling us to rig them after that, and I was like, what are you talking about? Like, we can't just rig our own tournament? Like, that's insane.
Couldn't we?
Well, I mean, sure.
Who would know? We're not talking about it right now. But anyway, going into game number 2, it's going to be the ByuN Classic, the 2 Barrack Reaper opening. He loves to do this opening. Gets the leverages, awesome micro, try to get some damage done with the Reapers. It's not all in by any means. You're just on 2 racks here. And he's going to expand behind this. Try to, make the Zerg make more Zerglings than they want to defend it, which is going to hurt their drone production. That's going to be the game plan. On Cham's end, you're going to make the minimal amount of units necessary to deal with these and then go back into droning ASAP.
Yeah, we'll see how much damage he's able to actually do. Sometimes you can even see the Reapers really delay the 3rd base for quite a while, which can get really annoying as a Zerg player. So we'll see if that's able to actually come here in this game here from ByuN. The drone is able to sneak by that Reaper for now, and we'll actually get that down. So that's quite nice for Cham. Once these extra Reapers come in, though, that's when it can get a little bit annoying, because then you have to actually get off of creep to defend that 3rd base. But for now, the Reaper is actually doing not too bad. Getting a few lings here at the beginning stages is quite nice, because obviously Cham doesn't quite realize that there's going to be more Reapers coming in here just until right now. So we'll see what the defense continues to be for Cham. Extra lings on the production for now. But yeah, this 3rd base is going to start to get attacked.
Yeah, absolutely. The Queens need to get some creep over to that 3rd, eventually connect the bases. Behind this, ByuN's going for a super economic, quick 3rd CC. So, like, he's not committed here. He doesn't need to do huge damage. Of course, you want to get as many lings as you can, but it's not the end of the world if you don't. If the Zerg just makes too many units, that can be enough damage in itself. Whoa. Beautiful grenades. Oh, he bounces the Queen twice. Oh, my God.
That was 3 times.
Oh, 3 times.
Each one individually. That was, like, perfect placement. Just every single time behind the Queen, bouncing it back. Perfect spacing on the grenades as well. That was incredibly impressive.
Yeah, bounce the Queen in a straight line off the creep. Able to take her out. That's a huge pickoff. These Zerglings trying to get the wraparound on the Reapers, but they don't quite have the numbers. One Zergling kind of forgot what he was supposed to be doing there, and this is an insane trade for ByuN. This is just too much efficiency right here.
Dude, he was so close to not losing anything there. And I mean, losing 1 is already insane, but the fact that he actually almost kept all 3 alive for a Queen and 12 lings, that is some mental micro from ByuN. That is why he won a world championship off of these Reapers so long ago.
That's why they got nerfed, but here we are, still using them in 2025, and gonna be droning up here for Cham. His work count's fine. He didn't make like 2 winning lings, even though he lost them. If you like made more than that and lost them all, it would be tragic. We see the safety Baneling nest going down here. I wonder if he knows it's a super fast 30C. He has his Overlord at the high ground kind of in front of the natural, so he may not have flowed anything in. You're just yep. Here we see a Hellion joining up with these Reapers now. 18 lings on the way, so I'm not worried here for Cham particularly.
Is it a safety Baneling nest, or is this aggressive Baneling nest?
Oh, right. He's making lings right now.
That's so many lings. And it's kind of an awkward timing, I feel like, for that Baneling nest to be coming in. I mean, the Reaper, once you're having the Reaper harass, there's a big delay before the next wave can come as ByuN, as the Terran player. And so, yeah, he's just sending it so many lings on the production tab. Obviously, that wall off at the front has a weak point in that the supply depot on the top-hand side. And there's also the exposed tech lab and reactor, which could get targeted. So ByuN potentially in a bit of danger here if he's not paying quite attention when this does come. Is Cham going to find a quick avenue into this next series?
Yeah, he's trying to land his 3rd base right now. He doesn't realize what's going on, just sees the 1 Zerglin. That is Cham looking at the wall, seeing exactly where he needs to attack, seeing where everything is.
God, he's moving out.
So you can't move out right now. There's just so many lings and banes. The medevacs do come. Can he pick up these units quick? He's got to be paying attention. If he loses Marines over, a ton of them go down. This stim is almost done. He could try to go for that if he wants, but he really wants to. Oh, he gets it as well. Absolute nightmare for ByuN. Cham gonna knock down the wall. ByuN is in so much trouble right now. He has one siege tank and a dream on that high ground. The natural has to be evacuated. No mining at the third. And Cham is going to go back into a couple drones after this and a layer as well. Saying, okay, I got big damage here. I'm taking out your depots. If you refuse to die by just sitting in the main, I'll go to mutas or something. And I can play a longer game from a good position. ByuN took so much damage here.
Yeah, that's amazing from Cham. Completely caught off guard. ByuN not expecting this whatsoever. Thankfully, those medevacs were coming when they were, because otherwise every single Marine was dead at that point. But the fact that so many died already, a couple Banelings even coming in to continue to deny these tech labs and whatnot, more SCVs getting killed off. This is an excellent opener from Cham. I mean, I also love what you said as well. The fact that he realized that ByuN's response was to just sit back in his main, knowing that he wasn't going to be able to find his way up into the main base with just the Ling main, knowing there's going to be some tanks up there and whatnot, just sending it back home, getting the drone count back up, getting his lair going. This is a great transition from Cham, and he's going to be able to continue to deny this third base with how many Lings he still has alive because he didn't just suicide them up into the main base.
Yeah, absolutely. Good decision making there from Cham. Sometimes, like, you feel like you can end the game, but then you just send in the main, you lose everything. You think, why did I do that?
Yeah.
So I like his decision making here. Just saying, okay, I got tons of damage. I can go back into drones. You can't land your third CC for a little while here. And even going to take the fourth base now. He has his layer tech. He has 1-1 on the way. We'll probably add some more gases once his third base is saturated, and we'll see his tech of choice here. But yeah, Cham is looking in a very nice position right now, I would say. And one good thing as well is with all that pressure he did, he's able to spread his creep freely behind this. So he should have very good creep spread coming through the middle of the map, even able to get some out the front of your fourth base, which is often where the Terran wants to push. And he's actually going to go for a Hydra Den here instead of his kind of trademark mutas. I like to see him mix it up like this.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting going for some Lingbane Hydra. We'll see if he, tries to go for some big bust with just a massive amount of it, or if he's just going to try to go for a more passive, passive style with some more lurkers coming in as well with this. So for now, ByuN though is going to try to regain a little bit of map control, getting a couple medevacs dropping over into the middle, gets that watchtower, and will be able to threaten this fifth base over on the right-hand side here. But plenty of Lings, plenty of Banelings ready for Cham, so won't be able to do too much here considering the fact that Stim and Combat Shield still isn't quite ready. So for now, these medevacs should not be a big threat.
Yeah, nice split on the Ling Bane. Beautiful target firing down. Okay, ByuN. Is he going to kill all these Lings?
No
way.
Okay.
Just when you think it's going not so well for him, he pulls out something like that. I was going to say good split on the units into the main and then there at the fourth base as well, but ByuN somehow finds a way to kill every Baneling, all the Lings as well. Beautiful trade, and that actually is pretty impactful. I think that gets him back in the game, honestly.
Yeah. No, that's excellent from him. I mean, the fact that he snipes the fifth base as well, I thought he was fully prepared, Cham was, to be able to defend against that. But, I mean, that's, like we were saying earlier with the Reaper micro, that's the other staple of ByuN, the focus fire. I mean, it was, it was off creep, so, it wasn't the most insane play of all time, but it was still very crucial for the moment, and to be able to give himself some leveraging point to actually make it so he can still stay in this game.
Yeah, Cham does see here now that it's going to be the Widow Mine follow-up, so he knows he's not against tanks. That's kind of nice when you go in Hydralisks. They can deal with those mines quite nicely. But yeah, right now this push is coming in. There's a ton of bio over here going to focus down the hatchery. These Banelings are not ready yet. There's not enough Zerg here. Finally, these Lings do join up and will face off against this Terran army. 2 siege tanks shelling out shots all over the Zerg right now. He's got to back up a little bit. And this bio army will be forced to pick up here and leave unless he gets to the speed zone, and then he can kite forever, so Cham backs off. And meanwhile, behind that, ByuN has actually got his fourth base, and he's somehow setting up nicely into a macro game here.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good for ByuN. I like the micro there, despite the fact that Cham was able to defend that pretty nicely, at least keeping most of his bio alive. ByuN will be able to still stay in a good position, going into a lot of Widow Mines at this point with Drilling Claws as well. Identifying that his opponent is going for a Ling Bane Hydra style. Doesn't really want those tanks at that point, not really the most effective unit versus this composition. We'll try to keep going with these medevacs, but nice positioning again from Cham to be able to deny that, keeping some Hydras in the main base to make sure they can't just load off for free. But that does allow ByuN some momentum on the left-hand side to kill off some of this creep, as it was getting a bit out of control. An engagement coming in here from Cham as well to try and dislodge of this. We'll get some nice Baneling connections. One Widowmine shot. Oh, nice one, getting off on a lot of those Lings right there. But still a decent trade overall for Cham. Will he be able to defend the right-hand side as well? It looks like he did. Oh my god! ByuN! Oh, look at that. The Marauder suicide. Oh my god, these players are sick.
So sick. The Marauder face tanks all those Banelings, which makes it a good trade in the end. ByuN hitting Cham on multiple angles right now, stressing his multitasking. He has to split his army. He has to put all his resource into defending right now. He didn't start 2-2. I don't think he feels like he can afford it right now. He's just taking some kind of bad trades, unfortunately, and he's quite far behind in the army supply. I feel like he can do nothing but make army and try to defend right now. Meanwhile, ByuN's economy, he's caught up in the work account. He's got a huge army. He's pressuring with the Widowmines, and he's going to try and hit this 5th base here.
Yeah, the resources lost so far has been excellent for ByuN. The efficiency is absolutely insane. Let's see if he can continue it into this fight as well, as it looks like he will, because these Widowmine shots are getting excellent damage against this Ling Bane. I mean, this is a great position for ByuN to go into. That's actually a misplaced CC. Let's just look away from that, no problemo. As we have a right side attack going over as well, but this left hand attack is continuing to get killed off here by Cham. Will try to just pull the trigger, but there's no more creep, so he can't really continue this fight. So ByuN continues to take pretty decent trades. I would like to see that resources lost tab again to see how much it changed, because ByuN continues with the efficiency, I think, here. And not a Liberator even going to find its way into this really awkward position. You're not going to be able to dislodge of that as Cham at all.
Yeah, that Liberator is so hard to deal with here. Like, if you don't have air units, you basically can't do anything. Even Queens will struggle to kill that.
That base is literally effectiveless. Yeah, useless at this point. You can't mine.
That's insane. Going to be able to kill as many drones as you send there. So, yeah, forced to evacuate. We do see ByuN actually going for +3 attack, I think it was. I don't know if the armor one... Yeah, the armor one's not on the way yet, but Cham is still making 2-2 right now. So once that +3 attack finishes for the Bio, they're going to trade so insanely well. The Marine sniping down all these units. Huge losses here for Cham. The Hydra's forced to retreat. There's no Banelings here right now, but here they come, reinforcing the army. That drone just hanging out next to all the Bio. There is a Widowmine there, so if you chase too far off creep, you could take a big shot, and that's what ByuN's looking for here, I think. Just outside the range of the Widowmine, we'll be able to pick that off, but meanwhile on the other side, the aggression continues, Gemini.
Oh my god, the flank coming in, or sorry, the surround. Oh my god, he killed the rocks to try and just minimize the amount of surface area that Cham has in this attack. Kind of a cute little move from ByuN. Very nicely done. 15 SCVs just died somewhere. I'm not quite sure where that was, but apparently there must have been like a Baneling run by or something on the back end, so that's quite nice for Cham, actually, kind of putting him back in eco-wise, but...
Yeah,
the game is now over, apparently.
Yeah, he's just too far behind. He doesn't have enough army. The aggression's going to keep coming. Getting 15 SCVs is nice, but he can't actually ever kill the Terran army, I feel like.
Yeah, that was a very sudden ending to that game.
A little bit anticlimactic.
There were a couple medevacs coming into the right-hand base again, right off screen, so that was about to kill the base because it was actually low on HP. And so I guess Cham realizing also not able to mine from that forward base because of the Liberator. I guess just being like, all right, no, I have nothing left in this game. But it was very funny because the game ended when none of those action-packed things were happening on the screen. I was like, oh, all right, I guess we're just done here now.
Yeah, realizing he's down to a 4-base Zerg effectively without being able to mine because of the Liberator against a 5-base Terran. That's not where you want to be. The creep spread wasn't exactly amazing at that point, so the Bio was getting really good trades. And yeah, ByuN able to bring us back to a tie here, 1-1 in the series. That's good for us, guys. We get one more game here.
Yes. I'm very curious if Cham is going to be able to actually take it here. I mean, again, a pretty good game from him. Again, all of his losses look still pretty good.
Right.
It's not like last season where he was just kind of getting just easily bopped out in some of these TVZs. I mean, that early game was great for him. The fact that, I mean, yeah, he lost a lot to the initial Reaper, but the fact that he identified what was happening and just going for the aggressive move and was able to kill off a lot of SCVs, force off the mining, I think put himself in a really good position. I think he just kind of maybe he just kind of lost the ball a little bit towards the mid game there, just kind of getting a little too inefficient, and ByuN really just able to snowball an excellent mid game from his side.
Yeah, I think back to that one Marine drop that picked off all the Banelings and the Lings, and that felt like a turning point where ByuN's ByuN took a significant army advantage, which he didn't have up until that point. Cham's attack was awesome, I think. He killed so much stuff. He killed depots, workers, forced the third to lift, forced the army back into the main. He got his map control. He droned up really well. He teched up. His upgrades were still a little bit behind ByuN's, but I felt like he was in a really good position. And then the drops happened.
Yeah.
And ByuN just kind of clawed his way back into the game slowly, one trade at a time, and then eventually it was just too much.
Yeah, ByuN did request a little bit of a break, by the way. So that's why we're yapping at you right now. We're not just sitting here doing nothing. But yeah, 3 minutes he did request, so we'll just be chilling out for a little bit, I guess, while that's happening. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just very curious to see what ends up going here. I mean, the fact that both of these players will eventually be playing against GuMiho if they win is also interesting. GuMiho, of course, waiting in that Deciders match can absolutely bring in some very interesting builds there as well. So if you were a bit sad earlier that GuMiho did lose out to Trigger, there's still more for him in the cards, as Trigger, we saw already, did advance into those playoffs in the first place of Group C.
Absolutely, yeah. Trigger already out of the group. GuMiho waiting in the tiebreaker match. And we may see the rematch, Cham versus GuMiho. I would be very happy to see that. That series was awesome. Or we might get a TBT if ByuN advances. So everything's still to play for here. Both these guys really want to move on to face GuMiho. We'll have to see who it's going to be. The last map will be Tokamak. I
You
don't know why
cannot
I
say
don't know
this
why
map,
I can't
man.
say it. I'm going to go home
This
and
map
practice.
is your curse.
This is my kryptonite. I don't know why I can't say this map
You're
name right
waking
now.
up in a cold sweat just in the middle of the night, like Tokamak, Tokama, Tomahawko.
I'm just not going to say it anymore. We're going to map 3, guys. Set 3, map 3. We don't. It's a map. We don't need to know what it's called. And yeah, we'll see who is able to finally win this series here.
Yeah, I'm really hoping that Cham can put it up again. I mean, he's been having some excellent games so far in this group. I'm very excited to see what he's got in store. I mean, he brings out a very interesting style to Zerg that I feel like we don't see as much from a lot of the other Zerg players. A lot of them just kind of sticking to the very stock standard ways of playing the matchups and whatnot. But Cham always has his own little flair, his own little style, which I think he's always had as a player. And throughout the years, he's always been that kind of interesting, weird build guy, kind of like GuMiho is for the Terrans out there. So, yeah, I don't know. I just like watching Cham play. I think he's a cool dude. He was on my team a long time ago as well, so I'm also kind of a little bit biased in that regard. But I do want to see him upset. It would be fun.
Well, he is a man of culture, a fellow Mutalisk enjoyer, enthusiast. You love to see it. Yeah, I really hope we see a good game out of him here. He's playing so well, honestly. I think he deserves a good showing. ByuN, on the other hand, I'm curious what build he'll go for here in Game 2. It is actually going to be the CC going down. Wow. Okay, I guess against Cham, he's not usually aggressive, right? So you can get away with this.
Yeah, not in the super early stages.
Yeah, right. Yeah, not like you're not going to get 13-12 or anything like that. So he's throwing down the CC before the racks here. A nice change up from the last game where he went for that double Barracks Reaper play. ByuN just kind of showing how many builds he has here in the set.
Yeah, I do like the switch up. I love it when the pros just kind of identify little tiny things here and there, just realizing, okay, I can get away with a little bit of greed here, a little bit of greed there. Maybe this time I go a little bit more aggressive, just keeping everyone on their toes. And ByuN will be doing that with this CC first into a double racks follow-up. I'm not really sure exactly what the best follow-up to CC first in TVZ is. And usually in TVP, whenever it gets thrown out, you see like multiple racks, like 3 racks or so, to go into like a 3 racks bio follow-up or whatever, because you kind of just need a lot of units. Because you're going for such a fast early expansion before that, you are, of course, cutting the units, so you need to actually just get a bunch of them out fast. You can't really afford to go into a fast factory and starport or anything like that. So it seems like, for now at least, ByuN kind of going the same way, the same route in the Zerg matchup as well, just getting these 2 barracks, getting some fast reactor and tech lab. We'll see what the follow-up ends up being here as well. Looks like it's probably going to be a factory to accompany.
Yeah, this should probably be like a 2-on-1 or something like that. Get a factory out, get a starport out, get his air unit of choice. Cham, on the other hand, he's just droning up. He took guys out of gas, get as many minerals as possible, all very normal. Starting to get his creep spread going, probably here in a moment with the next energy he has on this queen. And the nice thing about this build for Cham is you don't have that super early Reaper in your face, like denying tumors, being annoying, trying to pick off the drone at the third. So he gets to have a very kind of easy early game without too much pressure. On the flip side, ByuN's economy will be stronger than usual with that quick third CC. And it's going to come down to how well Cham can deal with this first initial Marine pressure with Stim when he gets like maybe 16 Marines and a medevac, starts to move those across the map, drop in between the main and the third, pick off creep, that kind of thing.
Yeah, we'll see what the defense is going to be from Cham. I mean, obviously this is just going to be a slow build up here as we're waiting basically until 5 minutes when that does end up kind of moving across the map about. It is kind of interesting as well just to kind of note what you were kind of saying about how Cham doesn't really have to worry about any Reapers and stuff like that. I kind of almost like that when I'm playing personally. Like for a lot of players, they might want to try and disrupt the other player early on, maybe like to do like hatch blocks or something like that, or just to make things a little bit awkward.
Are you talking about our games, Gemini?
No, but I'm just saying in general. No, I'm just saying yeah, well,
right.
Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah. I wasn't sure where you're going with that. Yeah. You little dirty proxy hatcher. But no, I kind of like. I honestly kind of like it when the player just plays super greedy, because I just know that okay, nothing's gonna happen. I can just do my build and I can just focus. And Cham coming in as the underdog, I feel like maybe also might see this and be like, okay, yeah, cool. No, there's nothing weird happening right now. I can just kind of focus on my style. I know what I should do in response to what is likely going to be a 2-1-1 follow-up. So let's just see what happens. Let's get it out. Nothing's altering my build up until the first 5 minutes. So, yeah, let's see if he's got that preparation in his pocket here, as the two medevacs are going to be floating on over. Unfortunately, that Overlord doesn't quite see it, but you don't really need to see the medevacs to know when they're going to be hitting you.
Yeah, indeed. These 16 Marines going to come to the front here. This is not, it doesn't need to do tons of damage. You do want to pick off some lings, some creep tumors. You definitely have to deny the creep spread because you didn't have anything here doing that before. There wasn't a Reaper or anything like that. So we will see some scans thrown down probably. He's going to dart in here, try to get a queen or two. The defensive setup is really nice here for Cham. He's got 5 queens. He's got lings diving a little bit. Okay, I was going to say maybe a little bit early, but he does force the pickup, loses a couple, but no big deal. And so far, Cham is looking in a very good spot here in this game. Now you have enough to deal with those 16 Marines. It takes a while before Terran can get that next wave of aggression. So Cham's going to pump out some drones, go up to maybe 60 or so here, and then he's going to keep making more units to deal with the follow-up push.
Yeah, Balinet's coming down as well to help deal with that. We saw just a couple drones getting mixed in there, like you said, so he's not going super hard on the drone count. It's just going to be a few just to really get everything flushed out here, and then, like you said, go right into that Ling Bane defense, because ByuN wants to continue the aggression. He's not going to just do 2 medevacs worth of drops that kill like 3 Lings and then just run back home. He is going to try and continue this momentum to see what he can get done. Tanks coming out, more Marines coming out. Combat Shield about to be finishing up with +1 as well to follow. So he wants to ramp this aggression up, keep this creep back, so that way he can find a nice position to keep those siege tanks and really leverage a forward attack.
Yeah, Cham did go for that +1 armor before the Baneling nest, which is really good when your opponent's doing nothing but making Marines, right? But at some point, you do need those Banelings to come in. We see them morph in now. There will be no Baneling speed, so you're going to be relying on a lot of Queen Ling here. Massive run by going by. Okay, but ByuN is ready, closes the door, does manage to cancel that 4th base. This is starting to look good for ByuN here. He's got 2 tanks in a very nice position where he can send his Marines up to the top and they will be covered by those tanks. And right now, Cham is basically trying to buy time for Baneling speed, and then he's going to try and take a good engagement on creep, clear this up. But yeah, ByuN continuing to siege forward here.
Yeah, this is a nice position. It allows him to get this forward creep on the top side as well. I'm not quite sure if ByuN realizes that that base was taken over on the left side as the 4th was dying on the bottom, but he should try to send maybe a Marine over there or two just to check to make sure, because at the moment, if Cham is able to get that up, that will actually be totally fine for him. He's going to have some pretty decent production. Now going in for the flank, it looks like, before Baneling speed, but so many Lings are out, and the Banelings trying to waddle their way in to connect onto those Marines, but they're not quite fast enough. A bit of an anti-timing coming out from Cham as the Bane speed finishes right as the attack finishes, but now he's going to just go right back in. Maybe it's a bait and switch. Makes ByuN try to go a little bit too far. A nice tank shot onto some of those Banelings will diminish that, and now the rest of them getting toasted by those Marines. That was not the engage Cham wanted.
If he'd waited 10 more seconds there, it would have been so good for him, but these Marines have to get out of there. Hot pickup, a bunch of them being left behind, so not the end of the world here for Cham. He will be able to continue in this game. Oh, dude, if he'd waited just a little bit more until he got his Bane speed, that would have been so much better. His income is so much better right now. He just needs to survive here.
Yeah, that was a bit unfortunate on that anti-timing, and it looks like this position here is also pretty nice. We'll be able to trade very effectively. Oh, look at that target fire! Whoa, he's so good, man. He just lifts right back up, gets out of there, and he got his other army on the right-hand side set up as well, going to the army from our upgrades. Whew, God, ByuN, man, look at this guy go.
Yeah, he's so fast, man. Gonna keep the aggression up here. There's no third base being landed or anything like that. ByuN is pushing the issue right now. Cham gonna come in from two sides. Good surround on these siege tanks. Actually takes them both out. Yeah, really nice cleanup. Meanwhile, another drop here. 2 medevacs going to try and snipe this hatchery. He's got to keep this alive, and he will manage to do so. Good defense by Cham. He's still ahead in the workers. He just got to get enough army to not die here. 2 liberators being added as well to this army of ByuNs. Will be able to siege at 2 different bases, pick off some workers, stretch the multitasking of Cham here.
Yeah, that would also reposition the queens a lot. He could also just put them in the main army and force the queens over to the front. Now the Lingbane trying to get another engagement as ByuN is continuing to try and set up. I think ByuN's maybe expecting there to be a little bit less units, maybe expecting Cham to be kind of trying to drone back up a little bit or something, because I feel like Cham is actually still getting some okay-ish trades on some of this bio. I mean, the attacks are still going to be very good here for ByuN as the multi-prong continues to be ridiculous. As these Marines actually do get surrounded, we'll get some of these trades off, but I don't know, this is kind of weird. I feel like ByuN should have been trying to, I don't know, I feel like he should have waited for a few more units together to get something here, but oh man, maybe this multitask just starts to get a little bit out of control. 11 drones now getting killed off, and that base was very low as well. This position is so difficult to actually get onto. Oh, this is looking much, much better for ByuN in these last couple seconds.
Yeah, I mean, ByuN's on 2 bases here. He's got to make this happen. If you wait too long, the Zerg Eco kicks in. They can get so many units out. The Queen's coming over to help with this high ground issue he's having here with the medevacs. 13 drones do go down, but ByuN's still on 2 bases. If you can not lose any more, you might be okay. The real issue here is the army size of ByuN is so strong right now. Oh, even more workers going down. He's going to finally pick off this medevac. The Liberator comes in as well. Okay, he does clean that up. But yeah, there's just so much ByuN running everywhere around this map right now, multitasking like a god.
Good lord.
Microing like a god. There's a Liberator there somehow. I don't know how that happened. And now Cham's just going to say, enough is enough. I'm going to send it, try to clear this up. But there's actually enough there to deal with that. But this Liberator's been going absolutely ham on this base. 25 drones going down before it's finally picked off. The medevac, I think he got out there as well. This game is getting wild right now. The SCVs! What? He's pulling the boy. I know he's lifting his base. Never mind.
I would have lost my mind if ByuN pulls SCVs against a guy massing Banelings. That would be insane. Nice pickup, being able to deny those Banelings from connecting. That would actually been a massive mistake if ByuN let those connections get off. But his multitasking has just been absolutely insane this game so far, just dropping left, right, and center. So many drones getting killed off. I mean, Cham's been like remaking drones constantly this entire time through all this harassment, and he's still only stuck on 54. He just got back above ByuN's SCV count again, and the fact that he just lifts his main CC over to the 3rd base, just continuing this 2-base all-in just forever basically, is just kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, it's really wild how early he's lifted his main CC. Like it's not fully mined out yet, but he's decided, oh my god, you have to try and save the workers. Wow, godlike split there from ByuN. I can't believe he didn't lose 20 SCVs. But yeah, lifting the main so early, he says, okay, I'm going to have no income for a little bit here, but then I'm going to have a ton of mining from the 3rd base as they are full mineral patches. Really interesting kind of play here.
Yeah, nice decision making, and again, nice reaction on that. That actually would have been super clutch if Cham was able to find that connection, because that was essentially ByuN's entire mineral line. That would have been knocking him down to so few SCVs, but luckily for ByuN, paying attention, excellent micro, and now again, this forward position, these keep getting dislodged here, kind of awkwardly. There's always like a tank, a couple Marines, not too many medevacs. This is actually ridiculous. What is happening?
You need some Banelings there. The efficiency is just so insane. Link's not able to get the surface area they need. I was going to say, finally something might go Cham's way here. He's doing his best to hang on. ByuN's income is probably actually pretty good now, having that 3rd base as well. Cham is on 63 workers though, so he's got a big lead. As long as he can get his army supply up, he might be able to take this game, but right now he's struggling to meet all the bio in multiple places on the map.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, though, Cham has kind of stuck in it longer than I expected. He is doing okay. If he could just maintain this drone count with the army he has, it'll be great. But this push is really what I was expecting to see from ByuN much earlier, I feel like, as now he's really going to try to hammer it home down into the natural. One Widowmine not getting too good of a shot off, but the rest of the bio, again, forced to lift off. There's no tanks back here. There's no more Widowmines, only that one. Oh, wow, we're already going into +3 armor, or +3 attack as well from ByuN. I can't believe his upgrades are sustaining so well, despite the fact being sitting on 2 bases basically this whole time. Cham just sitting here at 1-1, only the +2 Carapace coming on in. So that's going to be really great for ByuN once that kicks in a couple minutes. But yeah, no, I'm surprised that Cham is kind of still kicking it. Like, I feel like these attacks from ByuN surely should just find an avenue to win at some point, but they really just keep getting deflected.
Yeah, ByuN finally, only now at 13 minutes, throwing down a third CC. Cham is on 5 bases, guys. If he can withstand this onslaught, he could be in a good spot here. There's so many Marauders in this army. They're so upgraded, as you mentioned. There's just the pre-spread as well. Look at this pre-spread. How do you send Banelings into this army? There's so many Marauders pre-spread. There's mines there. This mine shot could be huge. Okay, not the burst. Cham's struggling. He's got the wraparound here, the flank with the Ling Bane. Going to take out so many Marines, but the bio stands strong, being healed up by these medevacs. ByuN in such a good position right now. Oh, even has the APM to pick up that drop at the top. So action happening all around the map right now, and it's too much. ByuN takes game number 3.
Woo. Nice, yeah. I mean, the constant aggression was great from him. It eventually finally broke the camel's back, essentially. It was just little bits here and there, and it finally gets the full big push. I actually like how ByuN kind of managed that last fight as well, because you kind of saw on the minimap, Cham was over-expecting the drop in the top side of the map that was continually pressuring that new base. Right. And so he actually sent way more units up there than I think he really needed to. And ByuN, I think, identified that and just really, he just didn't do anything with the drop at the top. He just let all those units just be up there doing nothing, literally just defending a base that wasn't being attacked, and just let his main attack do the whole thing, because there was just nothing there to actually defend against it. And then that's where all that extra Ling Bane kind of came in for the last couple seconds, because it was just sitting up there doing nothing, so there's no momentum from Cham in the actual fight. So ByuN finally able to really bullet it just straight down the middle.
Yeah, insane. I love that lift of the main, by the way. Like,
Yeah,
I think no one does that until the main actually mines out, right?
Yeah.
But there must be a point where some mineral patches are depleted and some remain, where it does become worth it to lift the main to the third base and get a full array of mineral patches to mine from. But I don't think I've seen that before, actually, quite that early.
Yeah.
Normally they do it as a desperation move. Oh, my main's gone? Okay, I guess I'll lift. But yeah, really cool game by ByuN. Really showed his aggressive style there. Showed off his micro with the target fire and the Banelings. Just awesome stuff.
Yeah. Love to see it. And I would love to see you also wearing some of this cool swag. Wear a shirt with RSL Revival on it. Drink some liquid with a mug with RSL
Drink
on
some
it.
liquid.
Be very warm in the cold weather coming up soon with an RSL sweatshirt. Look very cool with a pin that says RSL on it. Put it on your shirt. Put it on your chair. Put it on your backpack. Put it wherever you want to put a pin. I don't know where you put pins, but wherever it is, I'm sure it's great. Regardless, we're going to be going into our final match in just a little bit here. It's going to be a TVT to wrap everything up. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be back with some more RSL after this.
This music is just so good, man.
Yeah.
These tunes are great.
We're
I
just
love
sitting
our
here bopping
theme.
to it in the
I know, we're
break.
like, just jamming out. Sturgeon is taking the cast off. I'm back along with Gemini. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing pretty good. Tasseltiv, how you doing?
I'm good. I'm good.
Had a big break over there.
That was a very long
Weren't
break.
expecting you to
Well, you know,
not be here so long.
some StarCraft games are longer than others, right? And it's just like, I've just been sitting down for a very long time now. I'm glad to come back over here. I was getting a little bit bored. So we got a TVT to close out Group C. One player will be eliminated. The other will survive to the next round of the RSL.
Yeah, I'm very excited. Some pretty cool games so far. I mean, the highlight still for me is that one Trigger versus GuMiho, or ByuN, was it ByuN? Actually, one of the Terrans on Cenotaph. It was just a ridiculous.
Yeah,
it was ByuN.
yeah,
It was
ByuN.
ByuN.
Yeah.
That game was just absolutely bonkers. I can't even believe that game even happened. Like, I'm very excited to see what we have in this TVT.
I think this might be the best day of games so far.
Yeah.
For RSL. Anyways, we are going to hop into this game now in a TVT that I have casted many times before here. It's going to be GuMiho versus ByuN. We've got ByuN in the bottom left. We've got GuMiho up in the top right.
Yeah, I've already seen some pretty cool builds so far from GuMiho today. I mean, we've all known that he's got some cool stuff in his pockets, up his sleeves, everywhere. So I'm curious. In his socks.
Up his pant legs. I mean, all over
In
the
his
place.
nostrils.
Builds everywhere, yes.
Where's he gonna pull it from?
You know.
Is he gonna pull it out of his underwear this time?
Yeah.
Is it in between his head and his ears?
It's crazy, yeah. It's in his hat. It's in his gloves. This is going to be a double Rex.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
And this one's from his sock.
Yeah,
It's an
he hid that in
interesting
his
one.
shoe.
Didn't expect this one. Nice. 2 barracks, gonna likely be Reapers. I could technically be Marauders. We do see every now and then some proxy double racks Marauder and an in-base double racks from ByuN.
Well,
wow.
this is literally, ByuN is now in the best possible position versus what GuMiho's doing.
Yeah, this is great.
And double racks in the main's not that common, so, you know.
I wonder if this is a read or just he was just going to do this no matter what. If he just kind of was like,
Yeah.
no, I think GuMiho's going to open with some crazy crap like this. Like, I'm just going to blind counter
I
it.
feel like if I had to guess someone doing this, I wouldn't have thought GuMiho first. I probably would have actually thought ByuN would be the guy more inclined to do this. But yeah, I mean, you know, this is one of those moments that you get in their base and you're like, oh, you don't even play the game right now. My stupid cheese doesn't work.
Yeah, it's going to be Reapers from both as well.
Sarto says, oh, now my Gamba doesn't work.
Oh, this isn't going to be a real game. This isn't real. Stupid Brodos player.
So we're going to have Reapers coming out here. Now, the question is, when does GuMiho send the Reapers in? I think usually the number is 3. That's right when you have enough that you can kind of strong arm a situation. But we also got to see how many are going to be shot down as they enter, right? Also, where are the Reapers going to be? Like, he's sending this Reaper out. So maybe actually this does work out for GuMiho. Maybe this is a world where, I guess in my head, I decided he had to stay at home and not go out with the Reapers. But I guess if you're going to make 2 racks Reapers, even at home, you're going to send them out on the map.
Yeah, now this is going to be an awkward time for ByuN because, of course, that one is across the map. The other ones are not quite here either. And now this one SCV making the factory is definitely going to die. How many more are going to follow? As it looks like ByuN is just going to bring one of them home. One of them is going to stay on the other side to deal some amount of damage. SCV pulls to try and deny these for now. Nice grenades, bopping everything which way. Nice trap on that one on the ramp. The left one barely surviving with just no HP, basically. And now all the Reapers getting brought back home from ByuN as the trades continue.
There was a lot of damage to SCVs that he didn't finish off there. Now, remember, Reapers have the regen, but, I mean, this could still go either way. I mean, it kind of depends. Are any of the Reapers going to be isolated? Good preemptive move here. Ooh, gets 1 kill there. That should basically flatten the rush. I don't think he can do anything anymore here.
Yeah, that momentum swing is going to be huge for ByuN. The Reaper count is so much better for him at this point. Tries to catch that one as it gets across, but not going to be able to. He's actually just going to walk into the grenades here.
Is there any counterplay here where ByuN can just keep making the Reapers and maybe actually bring it back to GuMiho's base?
It's possible. He's also going to go with some Hellions as well, but GuMiho was nice on the transition himself, so he will still have some Hellions back at home. So that will at least make it very awkward because, yeah, it's really hard to just walk up the ramp when there's a Hellion right there. He will actually get 2. Okay, well, I was going to say he's going to 2. Okay, there we go. 2 more SCVs. We'll just kind of suicide them to try and get as much as possible, it looks like, as he goes for the transition himself. So, honestly, not the worst, and I think an overall pretty nice start from ByuN, all things considered.
Yeah.
Wow, exactly even. That's wild.
Yeah, this is a very uncomfortable position here for GuMiho, who has not stopped making the Reapers. The counterplay in there was pretty good, but I mean, ByuN's going to have a command center. GuMiho doesn't have one. GuMiho is going to try to send 2 Hellions up. There is one to match this. I guess it's actually a half-health Hellion, but this can't work, right?
I don't think so, especially because we're about to have a Cyclone out on the field as well. It's going to make it very difficult for these Hellions and Reapers to really do anything. I mean, we're basically matching it with as ByuN, but he's just going to have Defender's advantage with way more units coming out. Although I guess the Barracks are proxied, so that's a little bit different. But regardless, yeah, I mean, once the Cyclone is here, it just dishes out so much damage. The Hellion shots are excellent from ByuN. The Reaper grenades unable to do anything significant from GuMiho, and so that means that we're going to be able to just chase this down as ByuN, all of them getting killed off, and I don't really see what GuMiho's got anymore at this point. He's got a single Hellion coming into the natural. What does he have back at home to transition with? I don't even know what his infrastructure looks like. It feels like it's nothing. Oh, he doesn't even have a CC finished. Holy crap.
Yeah, no, I mean, he's so behind. Barracks are going to float home. I think that ByuN could actually kill him in the next couple minutes if he plays this correctly. I mean, the fact that, you know, he lost a decent amount even just trying to attack, and he doesn't have anything kind of accumulated and built up back there. So, yeah, let's see. I mean, is it going to be a 2-base timing push? We've got the Raven coming as well. That's usually a sign, unless they, I guess, do the little auto turret in the main or something like that. But a lot of times you see a Raven in a game like this, that's usually a sign like, okay, we're going to push.
Yeah, you have like the safety of the early game. You can afford to go into the Raven. You don't need like all these units that instantly do damage defensively.
Right.
And then you can just go ahead and bring it and just go across the map. He's also getting the interference matrix, of course, so that way he can lock down any of those units. The Banshee Micro from GuMiho looks like it's pretty good. Will actually be a nuisance to these Marines, get a few of those quite nicely, but the SCV count continues to be just terrible for GuMiho at this point. Down 6 or so at this stage in the game is not going to be great for him. He's going to basically be behind this whole time. Since he had to float those barracks back home, that's been a ton of production that's just cut the entire time as they're floating. So ByuN has been able to just constantly make Marines out of his barracks at home, whereas GuMiho is just forced to only use the factory and starport. So just overall, GuMiho is really fighting an uphill battle. He's going to try to find some leverage with the mag field upgrade with these Cyclones.
Yeah. The third base, I think, is a smart move here for GuMiho. I think you have to do... I wouldn't have even minded if you hit a base, actually.
Yeah.
I feel like this is a perfect game to actually...
You have to take some risk in this situation.
Yeah. I mean, if he pulls up the third base with, you know, the fact that I think it would be acceptable for ByuN to attack in here, I'll be impressed if he holds it. But yeah, I mean, for now, we're going to see that third... And, of course, the third CC also going to finish here for ByuN. But ByuN is like ahead in every conceivable metric right now because of the risk that GuMiho took, and then the fact that apparently ByuN was doing an opening that was extremely good versus this specific risky build.
Yeah, that was really lucky for him, I guess. The build orders worked out that way. A little sloppy here from actually both players. the Ravens almost all dying, but then those two Cyclones both exploding at the exact same moment looked pretty funny. But that is a large majority of GuMiho's fighting force. The rest of it is basically those Banshees and then a couple units sitting back at home. And since we have interference matrix on this one Raven, we can just lock down that singular tank. We have detection to deal with this with the Raven as well. So there's like almost nothing here from GuMiho to actually defend against this. One of these Banshees is already super low as well. What is GuMiho expecting to do in this defense?
Yeah, it's funny. The Raven was just out of range, or the Cyclone could have shot it down. ByuN's getting a little sloppy here. Okay, he gets the stim in here. And, you know, I guess there's just no anti-air. And there's no medevac, so...
Oh, that's really awkward.
That's it. What a crazy interaction. I really don't see this kind of interaction in TVT almost ever.
ByuN was, like you said, he's pretty sloppy because that Cyclone just kind of walked its way forward and died to the tank. He needed to keep that alive to be able to keep the Banshees off of him.
I think ByuN was supposed to, had he moved out more cleanly, he would have won the game there.
That was supposed to, like everything.
He had all the answers.
Everything was there. Like he had so many Ravens, but the Cyclones unfortunately get the lock on in the middle, but then the Cyclone then just kind of suiciding itself, and then the Banshees kill everything. Yeah, that was not the best, but... Well, yeah, here we go. I guess we're going to continue on here. GuMiho finding a little outing in the game.
I think the army set's not as complex here, more of a classical TVT comp here with just infantry. And you know, he's got to be careful. Like, the Marines are great if you have enough of them, but, you know, when they're this low, and, of course, they're very fragile, they can be picked off pretty easily. The Vikings are going to get that shot. I think he can moving shot this and clear out the second Banshee. Ooh.
Nice. Good defense. We'll be able to keep that alive for now. As the push, though, from ByuN continues to be very threatening, that Raven still can throw out those interference matrices. Will be able to get one of them, but there's still 2 more tanks on the top left. And they will actually target down that one tank. So that, actually, no, will not get targeted just yet. The rest of the bio actually moves forward, distracts, and allows the rest of the units to push their way through. That one tank barely surviving with no HP. The Viking trying to go and land to kill it, but the Marines even running. And now the Banshee coming from nowhere. What are these engagements? We're down to like one single unit doing random trades here and there. Well, yet again, I think ByuN is supposed to just win the game, but it's just a total even trade. Look at the resources lost.
There's a third attack coming up here, so I'll just say it again. This should be the one that wins the game. Like, the last 2 are supposed to. This is, let me tell you something. This is the one.
This is
the one that's going to close this game out.
Good lord. With 4th base even getting sent out here from GuMiho. Yeah, I got to cancel that. That's ambitious at this point. I mean, surely this is it, right? I mean, this one tank is getting killed off from the low ground. These bio units up at the top, able to get on top of the mineral line as well. As the tanks forward, moving forward to continue this siege. Is he going to be forced? Yeah, he's forced to pull the SCVs at this point.
The kite.
Can he get this?
Another tank sieging up here.
Will be able to get on top of that one tank as well. The SCVs kind of suiciding, a lot of them, 14 so far. But the bio continues to be so strong, even without medevac support, able to actually hold their own at this point, as ByuN is safely securing his 4th on the other side of the map. This is an excellent position for ByuN, and unfortunately, it's not quite the ending move like we thought yet again, but it puts him in an excellent position this time. This wasn't just a trade.
Because that 4th or 5th attack, that's going to do it. That's going to be the one. It's coming. No, I mean, you know, it's pretty insane that GuMiho stayed alive. He's going to be fighting from behind. He's also going to counterattack out here, but this is just medevac, so he can hit, and then if it gets uncomfortable, pick up and leave.
Yeah, we'll be able to just run away at this point. Does get the actually decent trade since there, again, are no medevacs. The medevacs have been so delayed this entire time from ByuN, and I don't even think he still is. Wait, does he? Yeah, no, he has a starport because he had Ravens. Okay, there we go. There's the first medevacs coming across. There we go. So yeah, we'll be able to get those finally. Some sustain in his army. Should now find an opportunity for the 4th time to potentially end the game.
The 4th time's a charm, right? That's the saying.
That is what they say.
That's what they say.
Yeah, everyone says that, I think.
So he's going to have a bunch more SCVs actually transferred over there. Okay, because I didn't realize, excuse me, he's actually going to take a 4th that's going to mirror this position. But ByuN is already at a 5th.
Oh, look at this guy.
Oh, this is a nasty attack in here. So much damage onto the Marine clump. The tank actually not sieged up. He's going to have to try to retreat. Gotta be careful, man. The infantry stim is a little bit faster than the tank actually moves. He scans, he decides to relocate. And I think he can just loop around through the top here and try to hit this base that's basically sitting here at 12 o'clock.
Oh my god, he's gonna stim up. No, he just tries to get close enough, but it's not gonna work.
There was so much that he lost here, and without that many more Marines, I think that ByuN could just cut right through. GG.
The 5th time was the charm.
The 5th time. You know why?
Because that's what they say.
That's what they say. 5 fingers on the hand. That's how I remember that rule. I go, how many attacks is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ziggy like that one. Ziggy, that was for you. That was a little comedy is for you.
God.
Well, that was that was a good game.
Yeah, that was solid. I mean, ByuN just kind of had he had the upper hand the whole time. Didn't let go. It took a couple tries, but he eventually got there in the end. That's the important.
The worst possible build order to have versus what ByuN did.
Yeah.
They basically did the same thing, but one guy had it in his main.
Yeah.
So now it's like, well,
worst.
I've made this way more complicated for myself. So I'm saying that to just say it's not shocking that ByuN was able to close that out. A little shaky, to be honest.
Yeah.
With some of those attacks, kind of like hemorrhaging units here and there. And, you know, when you're moving out, like with that Raven push with the tanks and like Cyclones and some infantry, like you have to have everything covering each other.
Yeah.
Or it does fall apart.
Yeah, it just, things get scrambled really easily. I mean, that's kind of like what early game TVT feels like in general. It's like all these just like smorgasbord of random units all over the place. It's like this one tank, 2 Vikings, a Cyclone, like 3 Marines with no upgrades.
Yeah.
It's like you have to really make sure you're keeping everything all together because, it gets really weird and out of hand.
Sometimes you lose like one part of the unit composition.
It just
and
falls
it's like,
flat.
oh, well, now, one unit will counter this whole thing like the Banshee did. So we're going to go to Persephone. What was the map that Sturgeon couldn't say?
Tokamak.
He's like, Takabanaka.
Talk of binoculars.
But what did the word means that I saw in Twitch
He
chat?
said tomahawk the first time.
Tomahawk? But what then? Okay, wait. Now I can't remember what the other map was.
Tokamak?
Tokamak?
That's the real name of
Okay,
the
that's
map.
the real name for it. All
Yeah,
right.
Tokamak.
I also can't say that map name. Every time it comes up, I read it and I go, nope,
Nah,
I'm
I'm
not
not
going to
gonna
say it. I'm
say
going to say map 2, let's go. We're actually in game now. What is it with the StarCraft maps where it's like...
I know, that's what we were saying this too as well.
I
when we
feel
were
like the
playing
maps
CS.
are... It's like the final round of a spelling bee. And I just say this map. It's like... Can we say this right now? I think other games have better map names.
Yeah. Dust 2.
Dust 2.
Inferno.
Yeah, these are just better names. It's, yeah.
Alcyone was one of the ones from
yeah.
earlier, like a couple seasons ago. Like, what is? I don't like. It's like a Greek or.
So it's an expression. It's like we're gonna be playing map 2 on our toes. It's just bowel movements. Like, okay. Oh my God, he's gonna do it again. Wait, he's doing 2. Hey, quit joking, quit laughing. This is serious stuff, Gemini. Quit messing around here, all right? This is a StarCraft tournament we're casting. It's going to be 2 Raxes again. Wait, no.
Oh my God, no way.
We just did this.
We're not running a VOD, right, Ziggy? Like, you didn't just rewind or hear? Like, what's going on?
Wow.
Well, that's
okay,
gotta be
is,
the worst feeling ever.
This is this is even closer.
It's true. That makes it just slightly better.
Yeah. Yeah, well, also, I think... Okay,
but
so
look at ByuN. Look at him. Look at his rally. He's just, like, even prepared for this even more at this point. Like, the Reapers are just going to pass by this. Whereas before, they didn't see it at first, so it looks like, oh, well, maybe he's going to break in. But now it's like, he's going to see it right away. And it's like, what? And GuMiho is just going to be like, oh, what the fuck? Like, are you kidding me? 2 in a row.
Well, let's. Here's the thing too. If he has to lift, it's an even further travel distance now.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah,
that is true.
Because it's so close.
Dude, I can't believe this. This is wild. Well, let's see what. I love how Mapu is just not moved at all this entire. He's just like staying here.
Oh,
there it is.
Okay.
I mean, you know it's 2. He doesn't have to see both. All right. Well, GuMiho doesn't like this, obviously.
Yeah.
ByuN is like, nice. I did it twice in a row.
Yeah. All I've got to do is not lose my Cyclones when I push after this.
And then I won't need 5 tries. All right, let's see. This double Reaper's coming on up. Nice positioning from ByuN to kind of come from the top as well to make it so that way GuMiho gets a bit caught off guard. And that momentum is just right in ByuN's favor. He's going to have such good momentum coming in here because that 1 Reaper is so low. He can just jump on this if he really wants to.
Yeah. You need a few more Reapers, but you're going to get to the point where the Reapers can... do you know how many Reapers it is to 2-shot another Reaper?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not a Terran player. I couldn't tell you.
They put you on the spot there.
Yeah, do you know how many mothership shots it takes to kill a hive at
What is the name of the ability that
1000%?
makes it regen? What's the name of that ability? Like,
how much HP
can
do
you
the
spell
rocks have on the right side of the map?
yeah. Oh, you don't know the HP of the rocks? Oh, okay. That's just... I'm kind of surprised.
You're a StarCraft
I thought
fan?
you
I
liked
thought you-
StarCraft. You know
yeah,
the HP of the rocks. That's just...
Name every producer of the game ever.
Yeah.
Dustin Browder, David Kim,
Chris Siggety.
Chris Siggety.
Chris Siggety.
Yeah.
Still none of the HP on the rocks, though. So you can come out now, and this is where, whenever the number is, when you have enough Reapers to 2-shot another Reaper, that's when it's really almost impossible to hold that position, because the fight snowballs so fast. So GuMiho's already abandoning this. He's going to lift off 1 barracks. The other barracks, normally it would already have been lifted off, but he's going to send that home surely any second now.
I do like that he's using 1 to scout. That's a nice little thing a nice little alteration compared to the first time at least, so that he knows exactly what's going to be coming his way. Although getting caught in the middle of the map by the Reapers and Hellions of ByuN is not what you want as GuMiho, and he's even going to lose a couple more on the tail end. Even bouncing one of his own Reapers there almost twice in a row.
Oh my God!
This is just
it's easy to forget that the Hellions are a little bit faster.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
I mean, so often you see Reapers in the early game and nothing can catch up to them. But
this tank shot is going to be whack.
Okay. Well, you know what's good is he actually led with the Hellions.
Oh my God! He's just diving it.
What's up? Who said that Reapers can't kill tanks? Oh, GG!
God, that was kind of sick actually. That was a ballsy move. That was a high test play.
First times to try on that one.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I remember that one? My arm. One arm on the... One right arm. Just like that. I was like, oh, 5, 1. Like that. Well, all right, guys. Well, I barely get to cast anything. Thank you so
don't
much
get-
for joining us,
Yeah,
everybody,
whoa.
today.
Everyone enjoyed.
Yeah.
Clap for Tasteless, everyone. He did so good today.
That was good. That was good.
That was awesome. A combined total of maybe 20 minutes of gameplay.
Although I'll tell you, those are actually pretty interesting games.
It was
I
cool.
love. That was actually, honestly, I know we're like having a lot of fun with this guy. That was a beautiful ending with the heli
Yeah,
coming up,
that was awesome.
soaking the tank shot, and then just wrapping around, and getting the Reapers in there, and then getting that kill. Kind of surprised GuMiho did the same build again.
Yeah,
only
no.
like delivered it
What
even
a
harder.
wild gamble to make. And
I
then
wonder-
all ByuN as well to do the defensive thing again twice in a row.
I wonder. Sometimes I'll see something happen in a game, and I think, I wonder if GuMiho just always loses to ByuN right now, like on ladder, and he goes, okay, I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm going to try this. 'Cause
I hate
if
this
I do
matchup.
something normal, yeah, I can't make this work. So, guys, that does it for Group C. And we're going to be back with Group A. We're mixing it up. We're not doing it in order. We did Group D on the
Keeping
first
you on your
day.
toes as a
That's
viewer.
right. Yeah, you thought,
Who's a real
You're like,
RSL
oh, no,
fan?
Tasteless, I know the alphabet. I know how this goes. And I went, This time we start with D. Just kind of keeping you sharp. So Group A is going to be Cure, Bunny, Creator, and Zhaon.
Nice.
So
I'm
no
very
Zergs.
looking forward to that group. That's a cool group. Very fun players.
Yeah, that's gonna be a lot of fun. That's gonna be tomorrow on Sunday. This is our schedule. Mark it down. Feel free to join us. This is just season 2 of the RSL. So far this year has been amazing. This tournament has been so rewarding to put on for you guys. We're having a lot of fun here, us and me, Gemini, the rest of the staff, everybody. And we've got a live event in Seoul. Oh, yeah. Where all the esports started.
Yeah, bring it back to its roots.
That's right. We don't have the dates set yet. Next week we're gonna go down and look at a venue, and then we're gonna we might look at a couple actually and staff it. So players will be there, casters will be there.
You will be there.
I will
as
be there.
the
I'm like,
audience.
oh wait, what day is it? I might have something going on. No, the fans.
I was talking to the audience.
Oh, you at home? I was like, well, yeah, I'm definitely.
So
gonna
I
be
was
there.
looking at you when I did that, so I can
Yeah,
see why
yeah.
you were confused. But
We are gonna have the dates for that. It might be even a couple weeks before we have the thing set in stone. It's got to be negotiated. We also got to figure out when we get to the venue. Okay, what do we actually need? And what are the
there's a lot to organize for it,
Yeah,
but we will be
yeah.
doing it, and it is going to be so sick.
I got to go there with, and then I got to see how the GGs bounce off the wall when I say them. I got to see, okay, the GGs, now the GGs could definitely bounce off the wall over here.
We could use a little bit more GG bouncification on this side of the walls.
Exactly. There's going to be curtains somewhere. I go, no, those absorb the GGs. They won't bounce off the wall when I do them. We are sponsored by Archon Studio. They're making the StarCraft tabletop miniatures game. And I would highly recommend you go to their website. The StarCraft tabletop miniatures game isn't for pre-sale yet. That'll be on later this year. I don't believe there's an exact date for that either. But it's looking amazing what we've seen. And honestly, they've got a lot of great stuff on their site. I wasn't familiar with them, but these are the premier tabletop miniatures game makers in the world.
Yeah, no, all their stuff looks super sick. They actually showed a video kind of showing some of the models that they've had already.
Yeah.
Like the Zealot and the Zergling, Marine, stuff like that. They look really cool. I'm very excited. I can't wait till we have it just in the studio here. Just like playing and stuff.
I'm going to be getting one for sure. It's very exciting. Sign up for the Patreon, guys. It's patreon.com/ReviveSC2. Your funding goes to the prize pool, to the production. It'll go for us booking this live venue that we're going to be doing. And we really want to keep StarCraft 2 going, but keep it in a like a tournament like this in a format that's pretty streamlined, that's produced, that's comfortable, that's got casters that are together. Because I cast stuff online, I cast stuff in person. I can tell you it's just a better product when you have the casters together. So yeah, I mean, whatever you can support us with, we appreciate it. And we love you guys. We're doing this for you. We've got merch if you want to rep that. I was in Riyadh recently for the Esports World Cup, and I saw people with the shirts on.
Oh, that's sick.
Yeah, it was cool. I
RSL's
saw two
worldwide.
different guys with the shirts.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
What about
it
the
was-
pins? Did you see the pins?
Well, they didn't have any punk rocker jackets to put the pins on, but I'm sure their pins
Big
were at
loss,
home. I'm
big
sure
loss.
their pins were on their backpacks in the hotel room, for sure. Now, did I see their mugs? No, go back for a sec. Go back to that other slide. You think I'm done? All right. This megalomaniac over here trying to just push through this production. I didn't see the mugs.
Yeah.
And I bet they didn't bring that to the airport or to the hotel room. That would stay at home.
Yeah, no,
That's probably.
going to be
Look at that mug at home.
liability.
You could have that. Could be in your bathroom with a toothbrush sticking out of it.
Oh, good
yeah,
point.
All sorts of usage for mugs.
You could tie a string around the handle, hang it from your ceiling. It's a decoration.
That's dangerous. Don't do that.
Turn it into a Christmas ornament on your tree.
Oh,
How about
that's
that?
true. Yeah.
That would be pretty cool.
Don't
the pins could do pretty good for that
Don't put it too
too.
high on the tree.
It might fall. It could
and
break.
land on the kids or on
True.
the animals. That's true. We're safe here at RSL.
Yes,
okay?
no, we do not condone things that will be a liability for us.
20% off if you're a Patreon supporter. That's amazing. Now let's go to the YouTube thing.
Yeah.
YouTube. YouTube. It's huge. Everybody's watching it. Remember when YouTube was just a bunch of videos of animals? Well, now RSL's on there too. YouTube, even Grandma knows about it. It's huge, guys. We need to grow our YouTube. The RSL YouTube, it's still really small. We think if we can get this to be big enough, I mean, there's a lot of huge StarCraft 2 YouTubes out there, and most people consume StarCraft 2 now in VODs because everybody's busy. Everybody's older now, right? So, work, kids, all that. So you try to catch up when you can. We're keeping the YouTube spoiler-free. We know that other StarCraft events have not been great about this. We're going to be perfect about it. So if you miss a week and you go, maybe I'll catch up, next weekend or something, you can go through that, avoiding all spoilers. Please subscribe, like the videos, leave a comment. That really does help us.
Yes, we love to see your comments, engagement. It's very fun, helps everything feel good inside whenever we do all this. So
yeah. Guys, thank you so much for joining us. We're going to be back tomorrow, same time, same place. So we will see you then. We love you. Until next time, bye-bye.